to like lick, you know, easier for me to just go with my tongue.
Sam, are
I get you.
Post a link for Zoom into our group chat? Because I don't know how to do that. Right? It seems like we're streaming live, I think.
Yep, totally.
Oh, we are.
Absolutely. Welcome, everyone.
Oh, awesome.
Hello.
And if somebody can get the YouTube chat fired up for me, I'll see if I can get my phone plugged in, and we'll get this show on the road.
All right, hold
on. Oh, yeah, I got like Indica B trying to get a hold of me right now, asking if there's a show. Fuck, now I gotta figure out how to run this thing on my phone. Yeah. Okay, just give me a sec.
Sorry, anybody watching. I'm just, you know, having a good time. All right, send an invitation to Indica B.
You'll have to email him one.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay. All right, there we go. You boys still there?
Yep.
Okay. So, well, we're trying to get everyone online here. I suppose I got some interesting stuff I can show you. Now I gotta figure out how to flip my camera. That the one there. There we go. So so let's take a step back. I got behind my grow tents up and going. So this is a side door. Looking in. We got a couple of cannons in there fired up. And so in here I've got 5 Arise, Purple Punch 2.0, and a Charlotte's Web. We're just doing a test fit in here for now. We're gonna add stuff. We just put this tent up within the last couple hours, and they fit. Over here, you see a whole bunch of my violators. Those F2s I was working on. They're right. They're all ready to die this weekend. Some of these are Charlotte's Web, like right here. So we're gonna be harvesting the seeds out of those, and guys like Fluffykins and Hurtin' Albertan, they're gonna be the first ones to get cracks at those. This is one of the actual
Cariboo, you gotta.
What's up,
Sorry, you gotta teach me your magic. How do you set up a tent and then the same day you're like, oh, these are a week out from harvest? Well, where'd you find these 1 week plants, fam?
Voodoo. So like so as a lot of you know, my living situation came to an abrupt change there a while back. My genetics had to go from where I was, lest they disappear on me. So I brought them here to where I'm at now, and you know that was weeks ago. So these are all right about to finish right here. Whereas the ones that were sitting in the tent right there, those were just like, I was like, you know, just keep my shit alive for me, please. And they did that. And they're, you know, they could be looking better, but they could also be looking a fuck of a lot worse. I just said, hey, just keep them alive for me. That's all I asked, right? So it's in the car. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is what I've got going on. Right here, I've got an AC Infinity fan, 8-inch. We're gonna throw that in there. That's what I've got. Okay. So how's everyone doing tonight?
Good so far.
Hey, good to see you, man. Yeah, looking really good, man.
I'm officially jealous of your tent, and now I'm gonna go wet a seed.
Well, we'll try and be good. I just got to figure out how to let Johnny into the meeting. You just camera around. There we go. Just maybe. There we go.
Okay. I invited everybody. I posted the link in the chat on YouTube and in the chat on Cannabis.
Did you email a link to Indica B? Because that's the only way he knows how to get them.
Let's see.
Or I might even actually be able to send it to him now.
Let's see here.
Oh, I just sent him one. Okay, so he should be good.
All right. I just realized how to do it. Okay. Welcome, everybody. Everybody in chat.
Yeah, it's so bit of a shit show to the beginning. I'll apologize for that. It's my fault. So as we know, a few weeks ago, I cracked the screen on my laptop, and that up until today, that was the only way I knew of how to Zoom, because it never occurred to me that I could just download the shit onto my phone, because I just don't think like that, right? It works on my computer, so that's where I do my Zooming from. So I've been traveling out and about doing some family stuff today. And then it kind of occurred to me that, like, oh shit, I don't have a cord with me to be able to patch my laptop to a TV, right? You just need an HDMI cord to run between them. And as the show time's getting close. And then finally just occurred to me that, oh motherfucker, dude, like these guys are doing it on the phone. And then all I needed was my password shit. So glad we got this going. I'm so glad to see all you guys. It really sucks when we have to cancel shows. I don't like it at all. But here we are, ready to kick it off. A hell of a Friday.
It's like I look forward to Sunday, Tuesday, and Friday the most.
Yeah, Fridays. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have so much fun today.
Yeah, I love my Friday nights on the show.
Yeah. Well, it's, a guy or girl, whatever, that doesn't have to be one or the other, but you bust your ass, or even if you don't necessarily, you work all week long and Friday night comes and you just want to relax, as should be your right to do so, right? It's the end of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Or as Drizzt would say, tomorrow's his Friday, but as long as you get that night off to just chill out, relax with your friend, smoke some good stuff. So, but yeah, here we are and we made it. What's everybody's?
Hey, Brad.
Yeah, so tell us a little more about your setup there, Caribou. You got the tent set up, you got the lights plugged in, and
I'll see if I can get the thing flipped back here. So
Yeah, I missed
we
the
got,
clock.
like, what we're looking at here is a fusion hut grow tent. Here's the thing, this is my first tent, so I can't tell you, like, yeah, I've got an amazing thing, or yes, it sucks. Time will have to tell, but it comes with the window on it and a shit ton of vents, which I didn't realize would be the case. You got two of these just kind of passive intakes, one on the other side, and then you got a couple of these 6 or 8 inch holes down in the bottom on either sides. Up in the top, you got an 8-inch hole, 4-inch hole in the side there. Our exhaust, another 8-inch there, and another 8-inch on the other side. Like, fuck, man, you could ventilate this thing like crazy if you wanted to. But the options are nice, and I'm really looking forward to what we can really do here. I was just having a conversation with the girlfriend about, like, because I've got 2 of these setups to go. So what do we do with them? Like, this one's gonna bloom out so that we can have something to smoke in a bit. But we got, like, I want to do those freak shows, and we could turn that into a breeding chamber. Everything that you're seeing in here has clones cut off it, and the indicators seem to be that they might all be females. My rise, I was hoping to get a male in there so I could do some breeding. All the pre-flower on there seems to be indicating female to me, though. And so that's fine. What I'm thinking is, if I were to take all the clones that I have off all 7 of these phenotypes, throw them in the same room with all 5 of my freak shows, as long as I get a male freak show in there, we could just see what happens. I've talked about doing a stealth line of growing for a while now, and maybe that would just be what we do with the second tent. anyone got suggestions on what they'd like to see, maybe throw them at me. You know, I'm not in a hurry to get anything going really beyond this. It's just what's coming down the pipe. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That sounds awesome to me, man. Can you tell us a little more about those cannons? Like setup, everything like that. Walk through how easy it was, what have you. Show us them if you don't mind.
Okay, well, the setup pretty easy. You get them, and oh shit, sorry, I didn't realize. Oh, you guys were looking at me again.
We like it.
Yeah, I bet. So these brackets come apart in two pieces here. And you're assemble in two pieces. The bottom half goes straight to there, and then the top half you mount on top with your loops. It's a total of 8 Phillips screws per light. Pretty easy, right? Takes you a few minutes. Not too long. 320 watts. And yeah, like I'm just fuck, man. I'm beyond excited about this. I've got to raise them up already if I'm even going to think about trying to run these, because they're going to stretch a little bit more. But also I could LST the shit out of them and stop that stretch. Like the options are there. Like, man, like you talk about growers love. Like as you guys know, I haven't been growing lately. I've been away from my plants, and like fuck me, I'm just like vibrating with the excitement right now, because you know, like I'm on the verge of growing again, guys.
That's what she said.
She said, "Why is that so fast?" She always says. No,
Is that that's a 4x4, right?
Yes, that's correct. And yeah, I like it. I'm almost wondering if I should get I've considered getting a 3x3. DPO, he pretty much slapped my wrist right away as soon as I mentioned it. He said, "Just don't. You're gonna regret it." But like space really is a concern for me at the moment. A 3x3 would be a lot easier to fit into places than some places, I should say. But this is more ideal. I think I'd even like a 5x5, so you could fit 3 of those cannons in there and just really rock that fucking thing.
Now, are you dealing with any temperature issues yet?
I haven't found my thermometer yet, but by kind of running your hand in there, because I've got a CMH running just outside the tent, and it kind of feeling air temperatures. It's it's definitely gonna need some pretty good ventilation in there. Like it's not scorching hot by any means, as far as I can tell, but yeah, it's I'm gonna have to be aware of that. As a little learning curve kicks in, because I'm used to growing in bigger spaces than that. Even my first kind of grow space, my old bathroom downstairs in the house was bigger than that.
Hey, you want to get some fans in there too, eh?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've got a couple around here. It's just a matter of the time. I just haven't had that time yet, but we'll get that done here like real quick. Like,
hey Caribou, I want to say I like that bug you had on that picture screen.
yeah. What the hell's going on my screen now?
So tell me again, which is which? I missed the point out.
Which?
Like which plant is which? Are those all Arise?
Yeah, okay. There's 5 Arise. I can't tell you which are which, except for the one that right there at the back, that's the purple punch. I can spot that one well off.
Yeah.
You see it's got some deficiencies in there. So I'm gonna have to spend some time playing with that. Like I said, I asked the people just keep my genetics alive. That's the main thing. They're not big gardeners. They're just doing me a solid that I am very, very appreciative of. So it's gonna be time to get cracking and make them a little bit healthier to see what happens.
I'm stoked for you.
I'm stoked for me too. First time in a while. I've been like really excited to be me. So good things coming. So enough about me and my boring shit. What's everybody else got going on? I haven't talked to you guys in a while.
Well, I'll be 8 weeks of flower on Sunday. So far, so good. Everything's getting cloudy, but you know, it's not. I don't know. It's really tempting.
Yep.
Cut it down.
Yep, that's one of the hardest things I find is kind of like you get that urge when you know it's close. It's right there, especially if you fucking run out of weed or you know you're about to run out of weed. That's just like, oh damn, because I got that sitting right there. Don't do it, man. Just let it sit that little bit longer, and you'll love yourself for it.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe chocolate on Tuesday
Nice.
while we're all here together.
That sounds fun. Do the live execution. Johnny, what you got going on, brother?
Oh, me?
He's a traveling roadshow.
Yeah, you, Johnny.
Oh, I there's a lot of ice and stuff like this.
Yeah, I didn't get any of that. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's you, but somebody's got a bad internet connection there. It's all pretty garbled. Hello, anybody else got anything?
I thought I'd heard you ask what we were smoking on earlier, right before we all changed the subject back to your grow. So I guess I'll kick off there. I'm smoking on some Mephisto, Alien versus Trying. Oh no, I'm lying. I'm smoking on some Mephisto Sour Crinkle, the other plant that I grew.
That sounds
It's actually been really helping with the back. Surprisingly, the last couple of days I've had hardly anything really hitting me, and it always gets me good and super stoned. So if I'm quiet, I'm sorry.
Prophet and DPO are stepping in here with us real quick, like I figure out how to do this. Well, they're sitting on a different screen. I see. DPO, what's going on, brother?
What's up, guys? Just got home from work. Happy to come kick it with my gromies. Say what's up to everybody. See what's going on with everybody. It's Friday night.
Yep.
There goes all sweet Johnny down there. Beezle Bubs, Hype, Prophet. What's up, Caribou and Uncle Rick? How's everybody faring?
Oh, doing great. I just did a tour of. I got one of my grow tents. Not set up, doing kind of a test fit. I threw some plants in there with the light on just so I could see how it looks because I couldn't fucking help myself, you know.
I was looking down on the ride home on my longboard. I was looking at it. It looked pretty nice, man. Got a nice little setup going on.
I'm excited.
Yeah, you should be. Throw that HPS in the garbage, huh?
Well, we're just pawning it
I'm
off.
just messing around. I'm just messing around. I'm excited for the Switch for you though. Profit's
Someone
next.
cried.
man.
They're like,
Profit 2.0, organic and using LEDs and shit. What the fuck?
I'd have to hit the lottery for that one.
Yeah.
Realistically.
Well, here's a bud that actually accidentally fell off my New York state of mind, so I get to test this out tonight. Kind of excited about that. So coming down in a couple days.
show us. Show us again.
I gotta try to get my light working and fuck everything up. I don't know how to work this shit. It's so quiet. I can hear the anticipation. Jesus. How can I do this? Does anybody know how to show a bud on a camera? No, I don't know. It's nice and frosty. I wish I could get a nice picture for you guys. I don't know.
Looks all right.
I don't know how to get it, but it's one of the lower ones, so it's not too bad. Yeah. Nice and frosty, smells great. We'll see how it smokes here in a minute.
Hey, am I sounding garbled, guys? Can you hear me?
You sound good now?
You sound better now, Johnny.
You sound
Can
like
you
a
hear
sweet,
me?
sweet angel.
Yeah.
You what? Tell them we'll stop by and say hi. That lemon Jeffrey's pretty fucking fire, man.
Yeah.
I bet it is.
Yeah. I'm happy, very happy.
Are you out of your home state yet? Maybe. Well, I'm happy to report. Last week I cut off a little baby nug bud off the bottom of my plant because I wanted to be cool, like DP, and have a taster of my plant. And so I did, and it was awesome. I was so stoked.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it was just enough to put in our little chillin', but
Nice. Yeah, I tried one off the other plant a couple days ago. This is off the one that I'm happy about. So
they're both the same, right? You have two.
yeah, they're just two different phenos of the
Yeah, okay.
same thing.
Right on.
You know what else I'm kind of excited about?
So,
Some Japanese curry. Never had it before. Really excited about it. Homemade. Pretty stoked. I don't know. Sounds delicious.
You said Japanese curry?
Yeah. I didn't even know it was a thing. Blew my mind too, Rick. I see it in your face. It blew my mind too, man.
I love curry and I love sushi. Would there be? And I'd have to think a little bit about that. Okay. So it's not like sushi type Japanese. It's more like Japanese type Japanese.
Yeah, the person who made it is a pescatarian too, so I think it's like tofu in there and shit. I don't know. Looks like some peppers and I mean it smells like curry spice, so
There wouldn't be any wasabi in there, no.
I hope not. I'm not a wasabi virgin. We'll find out soon enough, I guess, after the show. If I call you Uncle Rick crying, that's what happens.
Put me on your speed dial.
Along with it. All right. Is Johnny there? No? I wanted to ask him about his mind exploring the other day.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, Bubs?
Nada.
How was the other day, man? You enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it was real good, and it was just perfect because the next I got a good night's sleep, and then the next day I woke up recharged and real focused.
Good, brother. Good. That's good stuff.
And I got halfway over to buds, so, and then I quit digging.
I wonder how Squishy's doing. Anybody heard from him today?
Not at all.
He's vibing.
Nope, but I was wondering the same thing.
He's in there chilling.
If I were him, I'd be asleep. Or wishing I was asleep. Being like,
Yeah, I can never sleep. The only way
No,
to
I
meet
mean,
that shit
he'd
is
be
if
up
I
for at
got-
least a day, for the
He
whole
could
day.
wake up and not have no plants.
You done smoked them all?
No, plucking them.
Hell no, man. I can sit there and hug them and talk to them.
Stare at him.
Yeah, I'm talking, man. I see the structure inside of them and everything. I
I
might have
definitely wouldn't touch him.
Yeah. You don't want to touch them?
Well, definitely. I mean, not with any type of sharp instrument. I guess I wouldn't go in there plucking and getting all anal about shit.
Speaking of anal, who's up to butt chugging? What's up? We doing the butt chug revolution with EOS and Brogra show? Huh? What's up? Butt
The
chug.
thought crossed my mind, but I don't know.
Beazle butt chug over here.
Yeah, there we go. Is that Bees LaBouffe I see?
Yeah,
Decent. That's what I'm talking about.
boof life.
That's right.
If you boof me, I'll boof you.
That's what's up.
Hey, man, that's
Just
what friends
can't-
are for.
You just can't touch me. Like, then it's just weird.
Dutch rudder.
The watching the Embracing Organics last night, and half the panel were from the Michigan Bros show, but I'd say out of the 2-hour show, probably an hour and 45 minutes was devoted to butt chugging.
Butt chugging, yes.
Yep.
So yeah,
I got to the plastic pot and then I had to go.
I came in right as Keith was yelling at that dude.
I must have missed that, man, because,
Oh man,
yeah.
that shit was great. I was like, damn, who pissed off Keith?
I got to go back. I was getting killed too many times, man. My dad was getting tired of reviving me. I was in the middle of, like, killing zombies and whatnot, and he's like, quit getting killed. I'm like, I'm trying to listen what's going on. I can't hear shit coming after me. So I was like, all right, I gotta bounce out. Can't do two things at once right now.
So, go ahead, Prophet.
What's that, Rick?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I just noticed your shirt, your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shirt, and it brought me back to when we had Buds on, but also it reminded me that so I'm just doing the math now. My son is, this could take a while. I think he's 36. Well, let's start a different way. He was born in 1986. And I think when he was like, from age 2 to 4, he lived. I mean, his whole room was done up in those turtles there. So that's like over 30 years.
Yeah, I was about 12, and my room was definitely decked out, and I had the whole Ninja Turtle lineup. That was one of the things I was pretty obsessive about. But this is like, a lot of people think this is the original Turtles right here, but this isn't. The original Turtles were raw, man. They were like manga comics and whatnot, so there was a lot of killing going on, and it was a lot different kind of a world. You know what I'm saying? It was a really adult world in the comic book situation than it was when it was brought to the 1986-ish, I think, was the year when that came out. I think Ninja Turtles, maybe a little later. I can't remember exactly. No, if I was 12, it had to be much later. So 90, in the 90s, right? So,
No, I'm thinking my son was born in '86, so I would think he was a big fan from, well, '87, '88. Well, no, okay. I know when he was like 4 or 5. I mean, he was insane over those things. But you're telling me something I didn't realize that.
yeah, these guys have been around for a long time, way before that.
Oh,
They had to tone it down, and that's how it kind of got introduced to the populace. But before that, it was real cool. That's like the difference between like the first movie and the way it was done was way darker and whatnot. Then the second movies, they were portrayed more funnier, and then the third movie was like real funny, like comical in a way. You know, the first one was done by a different producer. I can't remember exactly who it was, but yeah, the first movie's always been my favorite movie. I remember seeing it in the theaters.
oh, right. Right.
I remember seeing Ghostbusters in the theaters. I was pretty young, but I do remember seeing that. I was actually afraid of Slimer. That's how young I was.
Hey, random question, completely off topic. We got a hold of some coconut oil that's been tested by a friend. We was made the other night. The missus helped make it the other night. She infused some coconut oil, and the friend tested it great. And so she gave us what's the best thing to eat it on?
A lot of my coconut oil goes right to gummies, man. That's really what I do with it. A lot of it. That or I'll replace it in a brownie recipe. Whenever something calls for oil, I'll use coconut oil. You know, I don't necessarily ever do really coconut oil in the cookies, I guess. They seem to get a little bit hotter, if I remember correctly. I always go with butter with cookies and oil with brownies. It's just kind of like a rule I've always been told.
I do the same thing you do, Prophet, right there. Oil
But
with the gummies and the other edible stuff and brownies. And then I use the butter for cookies because it makes them softer and more tastier.
yeah, like I said, I devote a lot to gummies.
Okay.
Were you sort of asking like, what can I just take it and like spread it on and eat it like that?
Yeah, that too. How much?
Yeah, I'll use it a lot on
How
my
much do we have?
if I'm making up eggs or on my toast.
Yeah, I throw it in. I throw it in anything. I use it as like a set base for like heating up my pan, you know, and then just throw whatever in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can. It's not a strong taste of coconut or even a strong taste of cannabis that really travels over. Because I'm not even a big fan of the taste of coconut, but coconut oil doesn't even really taste like coconut. It's weird.
Okay. She's getting it. I think we've got like 3 or 4 tablespoons. Like it's not a lot. 2 tablespoons.
I'd try for sure right now. That's
Just
a
take
good
a
place.
finger of it now.
I put my oil in my coffee, or like Prophet said, if I'm baking something, then I would just replace it with.
So like with the oil and the coffee, I don't like because it settles at the top. So
Yeah,
I know.
yeah,
I know.
doing the honey worked really well.
If you had an
It
emulsifier, you do it with the honey, and then it stays really good. It stays pretty good, but you're still gonna have that like
still gets a little
oil top, you know.
But
I've mixed it with an emulsifier. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you did? Did it work out for you? LaBouffe?
Bees LaBouffe?
Mr. LaBouffe?
I mixed mine with cocoa with an emulsifier and made like hot cocoa. But at first I made it in too small of a like a mug. You know what I mean? Like I made it in like an 8-ounce mug. And so with the emulsifier and the cocoa and the oil, you know, it kind of just combined them all into like something weird in between. something that wasn't quite oil, but wasn't quite hot cocoa, and it was like weird and coated your mouth. So really, I would have needed like a 24-ounce cup to make, you know what I mean, to like dilute, because it was, I didn't have the right ratios. I mean, it worked, but it was weird. It was weird.
Did it get you buzzed?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was good. Like like you said, the only thing was like that. Rather than the oil being on top, it was like the whole thing was oily now. You know what I mean? So it was
like you had oil bubbles in there almost.
Pretty much, you know, it was like the whole thing.
Because the emulsifier, yeah, just like the consistency, yeah.
Yep.
Whipped
Wow,
it.
that's weird.
Oil whip.
Pockets of oil.
Well, it wasn't even pockets. It was just one. I mean, I like whipped it into, you know, it was like cohesive.
So it was congealed?
Pretty much.
Did it like slide down your throat?
It did. Well, like it was weird because it didn't even like stick to the sides of the glass. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like it was so like.
Oh, it's like you added gelatin to it, man. That's what happened. Well, see, it'd be like sticking a gummy in a hot cocoa.
My lecithin, I have liquid lecithin, and that's what makes it so. Because really, that's like for baking. Like you use that for, you know, baked goods or whatever.
So is there a difference in between? I'm sorry, I didn't know.
No, I'm done.
Using MCT oil and like refined coconut oil, because my buddy said he's having a big problem getting the strength levels right in the MCT, opposed to like he's using the same ratio with the MCT as he was with the coconut oil, and it's just way different in the strength.
Like too much or too little?
Too little.
I myself didn't like the MTC oil. I went back to coconut oil, organic infused, organic. But since we're on the topic of infusion and stuff like this, you remember our guest on Tuesday night, Mr. Buds of Smoking? He mentioned something about we all should have like a cookout, everybody cook out and have a smoke sesh sometime.
Yes.
That'd be pretty dope.
What would you think of that, fellas?
I like it.
We all have to wake up at 3 a.m. to cook out with him. Like he woke up at 3 a.m. to smoke out with us.
No, he'll get up. He'll get up at 3 a.m. and cook his family breakfast.
There you go.
Can I just make a grilled cheese? Would that count? I don't have a grill, so I mean.
That's as close as you get.
Absolutely not.
Come on, man. What am I supposed to do here?
Go find a little metal trash can, throw some wood in there.
Like he doesn't know about
grate across the top, and you'll be good.
Yeah.
He's like, that's how I spent my 20s.
Smoke flavor.
Yeah, there's a few properties in the MCT oil that I'm not sure exactly how. Grow guy, welcome, buddy.
What's happening, guys?
Hey, good to see you. Anyways, there's one difference between MCT and coconut. They call it coconut oil, but it's like you just showed it when it cools, it goes back to being a solid, where MCT oil remains a liquid.
See, I think, like, I'll just speak from my experience, of course. Like, I was making butter for the longest time, and then I was like, oh, coconut oil has better, whatever, total fat count and all that sort of thing. Anyway, so I bought myself some coconut oil, but I did not, and I just assumed it was like making it the same as I would anything else. Excuse me, I thought making coconut oil was exactly the same as making butter. So I was basically cooking it for as long, in the crock pot, like 10 hours, but that was like way too long. You know what I mean? So it was pretty weak. So maybe it shouldn't be cooked as long. I don't know. Like maybe the ratio is fine, but maybe he's just
I don't know. Johnny done some pretty long houred cooks, if I remember correctly. Him mentioning
with that oil.
Not the MCT. I think it was the coconut oil. We're on coconut oil now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're not still talking about MCT, right?
Well, both of them.
Okay. Which one are you talking about right now?
I'm talking about. I've only ever used coconut oil. That's all.
Me too. I didn't even know what that stuff as the MCT oil was until you guys started talking about it. I imagine it must be from a little farther that way, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
To my understanding, I think it's just like refined coconut oil. It's in the same family.
Yeah, but
I have access to that.
Why is it harder to infuse than MCT? Is it a different, like a molecular bond at that point? Is it like the fat content a lot different?
I don't know if it's harder.
I'm sure I can look it up, but I was just wondering if anybody knew before I started going on the old interwebs. But I do see Caribou down there walking the plank with his cannons.
Oh, right.
When I used it that one time, I ended up having one batch that didn't stick, and 3 did, but it just the texture didn't taste right, and it didn't seem like it infused right to me. So I immediately went back to the coconut oil, which I get for $15 cheaper. So I switched back.
Hey, Indica, how's that 99?
What's going on, guys? How we doing tonight?
What's up, Bubs? How are you?
Man? Good, man.
That looks nice.
Yeah, some key lime pie, man. We'll be taking it down tomorrow, so.
It's beautiful.
A little pesty, yeah. And then I got this from work, man. So that's it's called Diamonds. It's they call it space dust. It's 99.9% THC.
See you later.
Little scooper with it too, man. I just took a hit right now. I'm fucking, my ears are ringing, man.
I saw you down there coughing.
Yeah, man. It's just pretty fucking good. Yeah.
That sounds like wide work going on for sure.
Pretty sure it's boofable.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's the first time I got it at work today, man. So they hooked it up and fucking, yeah, it's just nice.
Sweet. And so they make it right there, Indica?
Yeah, there's a woman that's she's the head of the laboratory there, and I mean she pulls out fucking golf ball sized diamonds, man. I mean they're absolutely gorgeous. They're beautiful. She pulled like 2 or 3 this week. So yeah. And then they have some smashing process. I don't know it yet, and then they somehow get powder out of it. So yeah, it's on the test results there, and I've seen it tested there because they have their own testing laboratory there. It's 99.9%. Oh, it's nice.
Oh, perfect.
Almost, man, almost. You know.
So do you know the process that they use to make it?
I do not yet. I haven't. I'm working on it. I want to see what the recipe is, you know, and see how they do it. But I know they do it with ovens, and they use like a smasher. I'm not sure what type of smasher or what, but to make it. So
cool.
Hey. What's going on in your neck of the woods, Grow Guy?
Oh, you know, same old shit, different pile, man.
That's it. Huh?
It doesn't get too interesting out here in Illinois, man. I don't care how far you go, west side of Illinois, north, south, east, west, man. It doesn't get too crazy around here.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Honey, how's the trip going down there, man? See, you're in the car still trucking, buddy. How's it been?
I don't know if he's there.
That's Johnny you're checking out?
His audio.
I'm here. I was in the middle of typing. I was just gonna say Indica looks about as baked as I feel.
fuck it, I'm pretty lit, man, off that one hit of space dust, man. It's nice. How you doing, Johnny?
Good, good. We got about 10 more hours and we'll be in Orange Beach, Alabama.
Ooh-wee. Nice, man.
So it feels pretty good. It's the first vacation we went on in a long time as a family out of state like that. I mean,
You deserve it, man. You deserve it, brother.
Oh, it feels good. I mean, everybody's sleeping right now, so it's a nice, peaceful ride. I just hope the wife can handle all the driving.
So I'm not sure if we finished that conversation on coconut oil and MCT. There still seems to be a lot of interest in. And I walked through the store the other day and saw a big jar of ghee, which is that's the clarified butter we were talking about the other day. So I guess that's all that skim stuff is taken off. Using that for baking rather than regular butter.
Yeah. I mean, it's good for, definitely cooking. But brown's too easy. If you're going to cook something in a pan, just be careful. Obviously, you don't want to burn it.
I'm lucky enough I don't have to do any of my own infusing. I just get all my stuff from Johnny for all that. He's got some serious butters, and I just use the first batch of coconut oil I actually got from him and made some peanut butter cookies and some brownies. And I'll tell you what, man, Johnny, you did a good batch on that stuff, buddy, because it does the trick. 3 or 4 nice little itty bitty 2-inch cookies, man, and you're done for the night. Gets a nice solid sleep in there. So he's doing a good job. I don't have to worry about doing it myself. Man, nobody's talking tonight. It's been awful quiet in there. I'm like, man, I need to hop in this chat because everybody's awful quiet tonight. I tell you what, Prophet, you got to be one of the only guys that I've ever met that actually knows about the old school Turtles, man. That's back in the old school comic days. Those guys ran around with machine guns and shotguns. I mean, they blew everybody away. There was no nicey nice Ninja Turtles back then, man.
Nope. They all had a one-colored bandana too.
Yep. All flew under one flag, and they were a lot meaner than they are now.
Oh, dude, they were vicious from the shadows. Like
they were ninjas.
Yeah, they were raw. Like there was no punches held back. Plus the art was awesome. It was black and white. There wasn't any color added to it until later on. But before the color was added, I think the only color that was their red bandanas for a while.
A lot of the originals only had the red bandanas and black and white cartoons. It wasn't until they threw around the idea of making it child friendly that they started to incorporate the different colored bandanas, and then they went to color a little bit, and then they said, okay, but this is still too violent. We got to cut out the guns and make it a little bit nicey nice. But it was those were some of the coolest old school cartoons to get your hands on, man. I haven't been able to find any copies of that anywhere, of that kind of stuff. So I've read them online. I've seen a lot of pictures of them, but I was an old school Turtles fan back in the day myself, and I had like literally wallpaper of Ninja Turtles in the bedroom. It was a little overboard for a kid, but between that and Batman, I don't know which one was my favorite.
Hey guys,
Batman fan, huh?
What's happening, Johnny?
I like your shirt.
Hey, look at that. Where'd you get that fancy ass sumbitch at?
Well, I figured I'll wear it tonight because where I'm going, they don't take too kindly to that. So I'm getting rid of any paraphernalia looking shit I have on.
Yeah, that's the way to do, man. Keep it friendly when you're out in public.
Well, it's official. My weed gets you stoned, or at least gets me stoned. I guess I gotta drive out to everybody's individual address and gift them some so you can all try it.
No taste testers, man.
You don't have to twist my arm, you know.
Yeah.
Count me in.
Hey, so what does everybody think about a microdose show?
I'm for
Everybody
it.
down?
I'm not. I don't really know the word microdose. Can you really explain what that even is?
7 grams.
Yeah, we can do a small dose of some brain food.
If you let me do mine,
About 10
I'll
grams.
yeah.
That just seems kind of pointless because I've always found with a fungus,
That
like
you
if you're not gonna take it, you ain't. It's gonna be a long, drawn out kind of like I was almost there feeling, and you'll never get over that unless you eat it all at once.
If you're trying to go there, yeah, I'm not trying to like go there.
I'm just saying, there ain't no point getting on a bus if you're not really going anywhere. Sorry,
I'll jump on a scooter, enjoy the ride. Fuck it.
I guess.
Hey, I got no problems getting in a submarine and going all the way down. Fuck,
I don't think we
there,
should.
but-
We shouldn't stream that though.
Yeah,
That's the
no problem,
thing.
but, I gotta work with it. So.
Here's the thing: how many of us on the panel
Yeah.
actually have self-control?
Maybe more of an off stream live Zoom with each other would be more suitable for one of those kinds of
And if it makes it through
I
the
gotta agree
test,
with
then we'll
that,
just
man.
shoot it on there, you know, like.
I ate a little bit at work today. I was vibing at work. I was cruising.
Johnny hardly makes it through the fucking shows as high as he is most days, let alone making a microdose show. I don't know if he'll
That
last.
shit was funny as hell the other day. I'm not gonna lie, Johnny.
He has to nap periodically, like a child. I try napping, man. I'll get high as a kite and I'll just sit there. My brain, if it sees sunlight or anything, or if it knows it's daytime, will
really
not allow me to go to sleep.
I take 2 naps a day.
I wish I could. The day would go by a little bit faster, but I feel every minute sometimes. And once you've streamed and binge watched as much shit as I have, there's just, you know, you're literally sitting there for 45 minutes looking at a menu and you're like,
I wish I
there's
could
got to
take
be something. There's got to be something. You know, I got 2,000, 3,000 channels, streaming networks. There's got to be something I haven't watched. No.
I did start watching that X-Men, the newer X-Men.
The anime?
10 years ago. Yeah.
The new one, right? The one I told you about?
Anime X-Men.
Yeah, dude. And there's a Wolverine one that is also on there that I highly recommend. It's when he's in Japan. He's much younger. I'd say he looks 20, but he could be 100, you know, with him. So I'm not exactly sure of his age. But that was pretty badass as well. But yeah, the X-Men one was right after I'm not gonna do any spoiler alerts, but it was right. I mean, after Jean Grey destroys herself from Dark Phoenix. From Dark Phoenix, I believe it was it, right? She becomes Dark Phoenix, and so it was right
like
as she goes, and that's where the stories goes right after that. So it's pretty badass. It's pretty brutal, you know, anime-ish, you know, definitely more brutal than the X-Men you remember. And it's got an anime drawing style to it. So that's always cool.
Yeah. I mean, I liked the 90s cartoon too.
Oh, don't get me wrong, dude. I wish.
Yeah.
All right, so one spoiler alert, Gambit ain't in it, and I'm kind of mad about it. So, you know.
Oh, well. Can't win them all.
That dude could turn anything into a weapon. You know, if he can throw a deck of cards and make a wall explode,
I know, right?
you got to worry about a guy like that because anything is a weapon. He just, you know, like this lighter just became a fucking thermal grenade, you know? That's a dangerous dude, but he was always badass to me. I like Gambit. He was probably my second favorite mutant.
I'm loving the comic book talk, man. You don't understand how much you speak into my interview, bro.
Nice. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's not cannabis talk, you know. I think we do a lot of that during the week. We ramble off on that.
I like it, man. I actually, when we first bought our house, we started from renting, you know, and got this house and didn't have a lot of decorations. So the bedroom's relatively naked. So I told my wife, I says, look, you can't be mad at me, but I'm going to go ahead and use my stuff to decorate in here. And to make a long story short, my entire bedroom was decked out with Batman. I'm talking about my unopened action figures on the wall, posters, like I'm a 35-year-old man, and I have a pair of a couple years back, Batman or DC Comics and Converse did a crossover where they made like special edition Batman, Harley Quinn, and some Joker shoes. They actually had a Thundercats edition DC shoe as well, or Chuck's shoe as well. So my wife was cool enough to buy me the Batman Chucks for Christmas one year. They got my name on the back of them. Shit, like I said, I'm probably the only 35-year-old guy that I know that's got a pair of Batman shoes.
Well, I actually had to submit to my wife and let her decorate the room. But coincidentally, she is a giant Batman fan, and my room is completely decked out. It's actually painted in Gotham gray, all right? And that's actually the tone and the name of it. I found that pretty funny. And yeah, it's decked out in Batman shit, dude. So I mean, I wasn't really arguing. Out of all the DC characters, Batman is by far my favorite because he's just a dude and he's fighting fucking advanced beings and superheroes and shit like that, you know. But in the Batman universe, the Joker has always been my favorite villain, but not like the clowny Joker. It's always been the wicked, maniacal Joker, you know. And this new stuff, I didn't get to read it, but I was catching wind of it. The Batman That Laughs, I think it is. Or that new, like right after he killed the Joker and that gas infects him, man. Like that cross is insane. He's got freaking like little Robin demons on chains and shit, dude. It's nuts. I gotta get like, oh, I gotta check it out.
Crazy.
Time out. Back to weed. Okay. Raider Dank Vader wants to ask hypothetical. If he were to sell an S1, what would it be called? Would it be a watered down version of the S1? 2 questions.
So if you took an S1 and selfed it. Wait, if you selfed an S1, so if you selfed a plant that was already selfed, like if you selfed the seeds from that?
Yeah.
I guess technically it would be an S2, but I don't recommend doing it. I can only imagine the genetic jank that would come from that. Then again, if you've got the time and you just want to sift through the seeds just to see what happens, absolutely go for it. I'm all for experimentation. But if you're looking for something steady that you want to like grow in your garden and smoke on a regular basis, I wouldn't do the S2s.
There you go. You heard it here first.
What's everybody's favorite way to eat mushrooms? I hate the taste. To tell you the truth, I can't stand the taste of them. Allegedly, if I would.
I don't mind them allegedly. I can eat them raw. I just need some. They're kind of dry, you know, when you hit the stem, so I need something to drink. But the taste has never bothered me. It's real earthy. I don't mind it.
Put them in your sandwich, brother. That's what I've done, man. And tasty. Allegedly.
Put it on a loaded burger, man, and just smother it with freaking condiments and just go for it. Add some banana ring peppers. You wouldn't ever even notice they're there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I like making teas. Teas work great to me. Personally.
But I've never done a tea.
I got yelled at today in a group chat for that. I can't remember what I was called, but.
Like for me, like if I'm gonna eat some mushrooms, I really like them, so I would like to eat a lot with my meal. But usually, I don't eat anything for at least 16 hours, if not 24 hours beforehand.
Oh, you do it fast?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I never fasted before.
Oh, you should. You should. It'll turn your trip up to 11, dude. Like. Yeah. So that being said, I don't like to eat them with something. I would rather just like liquid, you know. So like DP making a tea or like hot chocolate. I don't know how to go to.
Supposedly the plant materials is stuff that contains stuff that gives a lot of people like stomach problems. So The tea kind of removes that. But I understand.
I hear the same thing about Amanita muscarias, allegedly. You just gotta like bake, but with those you have to. It's better to bake them, I guess. Bake them over a rack, okay, and then they like sweat out the sweat out. It's like the blood of Christ. Okay, that's I've heard this. People say that this is where never mind. Never. Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
I'm excited.
You're gonna have to bring that back up and like in chat because you got me curious.
Pre-COVID, I thought Johnny would be robbing somebody right now.
I had the same thought when I saw him, dude. I was like,
when I was locked up and everybody was walking around, I was like, yo, bank robbers love this.
he's live streaming robbing a place, you know, like.
Well, we gotta get gas.
Crazy.
It's not funny because people have been dumb enough to do it. That's the thing. Like, it would shock me if Johnny did it, but I'm just saying, like, to catch it on live stream, just.
I've heard a lot of stories. Like, butt chug, lobster, butt chug. Hey, he squished it. He just went squish crazy. He pressed all the Irie girls, 2 strawberry stardust, and the Arise. What?
That sounds tasty.
Yeah, it's his first press too. He said that's decent.
That dedicating the whole plant to the press.
Man, I want to. If I had one, I would. Fuck, that'd be awesome.
I've never dedicated a whole plant to something like.
I'll leave a little bit for smoke, but I want.
Oh yeah, I got to, man. Got to.
Oh.
Can't do it.
Press.
Yeah, I can't wait to rip my press.
I love flour, you know what I mean? But like, I would like to see what mine squishes like. So, my buddy's got a press down the street, but I say buddy loosely right now. So, yeah.
More of a lover.
maybe it'd be better if we were, but
a peddler, I should say. Not really a lover. Right on.
We talking about butt chugging?
Booth life.
Booth life.
Somebody's gonna be walking around with a mushroom sticking out of their ass. They're like, I heard this is the way to do it. A fucking joint out of their ass or something. That'd be hilarious.
Dude, no kidding, man. I've seen some chicks actually, you know, boof ecstasy and stuff, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing?
You didn't help him allegedly?
Allegedly, no, I did not. No, that's the fucked up part. I didn't know anything about it.
You're missing out on a great time.
Dude, I was just standing there, and she kind of came up to the circle and obtained some from somebody. It was just like, bang. And I was just like,
in the middle of the circle?
Huh?
In the middle of the circle?
Yeah, it wasn't like don't get too excited about the circle. We were just hanging out talking. You know what I'm saying?
It's like dropped her out and just like.
Dude, no, she just reached behind and went up, man. Like suppository city, man. Like she'd done this before. This was not her first trip. You know, she knew the route. It was like muscle memory.
Pre-lube and everything.
Maybe. I didn't get it. I was more shocked at the fact of the way she did it than anything else. I was just like, that's gangsta. All right. You know, like.
That's the only time I've ever considered boofing something is with ecstasy. Because I only had a little bit, and I'm like, man, if I take this, I know I'm not going to be where I want to be, and it's just going to be a tease. I'm like, what can I do? What can I do? And I was so close, but I don't know. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. No thanks.
That is one thing I've never done.
What's the boofing ecstasy?
Yeah, I was.
Sorry, I missed a lot of that. I was looking.
That's all.
Okay.
That's all. I only had a little bit of
making
ecstasy.
sure that's what I heard. I was just making sure that's what I heard.
Years ago, I only had a little bit of ecstasy, and I was like, you know, I just wanted to try it. But I was like, well, how can I get the most out of this? Maybe I'll stick it up my butt.
He has the bright idea to stick it up his ass, you know?
Hey, the ideas with that space dust, buddy. Oh man. Uh-oh. I gotta check my can buzz. I just got something for him. See, buddy. Oh yeah. That's lobster squish. That looks nice.
You gotta love the color.
Right? That is nice color, man.
It looks like liquid gold, man. You know, and yeah. I could stare at that more than I could stare at a diamond, believe it or not.
Yeah, right.
I was staring at my coconut oil in the sunlight, dude. Like, it was so fucking fascinating the way, like, the light was bouncing off of each coconut. I would imagine, like, molecule, whatever, like, reflecting this light. It was so fucking cool.
Each tiny little coconut was reflecting the light perfectly.
Well, it'd be the oil, I would imagine. That would be refracting the light.
They were tiny coconuts.
Oh, baby coconuts?
I'm pretty sure it was tiny ones.
Nice.
Molecular ones, like you said. That's what I taste.
Yeah, I'm sure some of us didn't microdose before the show.
I mean, a coconut's hairy. Coconut's hairy and it's got milk. Is it a mammal?
It could be.
No.
It's like a mammogram or a mammary. That's what it is. It's a mammary.
Mammary.
Yeah.
Yeah, a mammary gland.
Yeah, feel it up, squeeze it a little. Sometimes you gotta hit them with a hammer to crack them open. Because I haven't been able to suck hard enough to get the milk to come out.
I've never tried to open a coconut.
Dude, I keep on coming in at the wrong moments of this conversation.
Yeah, and I hate to interrupt this dialogue that's going on here, but Indica, I was curious about your job. Could you take us through a day in the life of Indica at your new facility there?
Yeah, man. So this week, they're moving a lot of shit around. So this week I just been kind of bouncing around everywhere, just helping out. So hopefully, next week after, I'll be going to the cultivation side, like they hired me for. So I just been help like trimming, wet trimming, packaging, learning the metric system, how to batch and tag, and you know how they split their shit up for grams and eighths and all that shit. And yeah, so that's just what I've been kind of doing this week. So
Been doing much around the plants and
no, I've been through the rooms and stuff, you know what I mean, you know, with the guys and shit like that. Just there hasn't been no harvests, and they're moving a lot of shit around right now, and fucking I think that they're about to do some big changes there. So yeah, so yeah, Monday I'm supposed to start down there. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm pretty pumped about it. So yeah, I don't think I've ever been this happy in my life to work a fucking job. So it's definitely it's insane, man. It's a 30,000 square foot facility, so it's fucking insane. So to be around that much cannabis all day long, it's amazing, man. It's like I've never seen a dry room that fucking big in my life, and just handling fucking bags of fucking weed all day, man. It's I don't know. It's couldn't ask for a better life, man. And then come home and be in your own personal garden is, you know, like, so I'll be harvesting tomorrow. So, you know, it's fucking cool, man, you know? And yeah, just, it's just going to help me get closer to, my business, you know, and what I want to do here. So, yeah, so.
That's super exciting, dude.
I think that's dope as hell. I'd
Yeah,
love to be able to get
they
wet before, you know what I mean, jump on your venture, you know what I mean, be able to get some of that.
Yeah, man. Get experience, get used to what it's like, man, on a daily basis, and what it takes. And Yeah, I mean it's a pretty cool company, man. I get like with my med discount, but even without that, I get fucking 50% off, man, on all product through the company. They buy us lunch. The whole company, it's 150 employees. They buy lunch every Tuesday and every Thursday for all of us. I mean it's for a commercial, man. I'm pretty shocked, man. It's definitely a decent place to work at for sure. So. And the people there too have very good vibes, and yeah, they have like fucking like PD bread fucking machines and shit in the break room, man. It's fucking crazy, dude. Like popcorn, big ass like movie popcorn maker and shit, dude, all the time. Slushy machine, fucking. I mean, it's nuts, dude. It's like holy shit, man. So yeah, it's pretty fun, cool, man. So and yeah, I
You
never.
allowed to get baked, man? Are
That's
you
what I
allowed
was
to
just
be baked
told.
at work?
No, you're not allowed to, but allegedly,
Allegedly, yeah. I'm just
allegedly,
curious because you're
uh,
a patient, so I mean,
absolutely, yeah, man.
realistically, you would be taking your medication just like anybody else, even if they were prescribed an opiate and going to fucking
Yeah,
work.
absolutely, three times a day, like the doctor says, man.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right, brother, you got it, man. So
That's
yeah,
cool.
it's pretty cool, man. And yeah, I've never stunk like weed so bad in my fucking life, man. I get some crazy looks at the store and shit. It's pretty cool, but and then yeah, with the badge I got, like, and God forbid if I ever got pulled over or something, fucking, I'm not supposed to be fucked with, man, because of that. And then I got my med card shit too, so it's pretty fucking cool too out here, So I mean,
That's
like,
your
bad.
right
I
there.
don't smoke in my car, man, and my car fucking, it smells like I smoked a fat fucking blunt in there right now, and I don't even, I don't smoke in my car, you know what I'm saying? And fucking, well, I ripped my Puffco allegedly, but that's about it. Fucking,
I gotta get hey, that's one of my next things for Davin. I definitely gotta get one of those Puffcos, man.
hell yeah, man!
Those
Fucking
are
love
legit,
this
man.
thing, man. This thing's awesome, dude. I fucking love it, man.
Oh, you got a little pen?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Puffco pen?
me and the wife got one. Yeah, dude. I fucking love it. She loves it. She loves it, dude. Fucking thing's awesome, man. So, I like it too, cause like allegedly when you're ripping it while you're tooting around, doing your errands, going to work and shit, you can just fucking.
I got this cart that I fill with.
That's the good thing. You can't smell it and fucking shit like that. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I just use FSH. You'll put it in here, and I can rip this bitch in, allegedly in the cooler. You know what I mean? Come back out.
Absolutely, man.
You know,
dude, just you're doing what the doctor prescribes, man. You got it, dude.
I steady go everywhere with my vape pen on the occasions that I actually do leave. It comes with me everywhere. I go fuck. I feel more obligated to use it while I'm out just because I can. Is that messed up?
Hey man, dude, I got another charger, man, just to put in my fucking car, dude. Just in case, you never know, man.
Yeah. Thing starts blinking on you. You're like, what the fuck?
Well, dude, it's happened to me, man. I've gotten so dabbed out in fucking bed, bro. I don't remember falling asleep, man. Wake up, I leave the pen on all fucking night, dude. It's like you're trying to rip it, dude. In the morning, you're like, what the fuck, dude? So I got tired of that shit, man. I got old real quick, So
I've been finding roaches all over my place. It's ridiculous, man. I find them in those random places, like up on my shelf in my closet. I'm like, why the fuck?
He's still hiding his shit,
Yeah, dude, on the windowsill, just everywhere, man. They're just fucking retarded, man.
That's a weird habit, man. Sticking your roaches in random places.
Yeah, I'll just be hitting it. I'll like put it down somewhere and walk off. I got really bad ADD, so yeah. What else? I'm excited about Cariboo's new setup. I think that's what he's doing right now.
Oh, he's got to be doing that. He's like a kid at Christmas right now.
I call it adult Legos. Like we had to get a whole new rack for the oven trays and shit today at work, and like, man, we were kind of busy, but I was just like, oh, adult Lego time. See you guys later. Just went and built that shit. Like, oh man, I like building stuff. I need to get out there, Indica, man.
Yeah, dude, I'm waiting, man. Dude, I'm harvesting, man. So fucking within a few weeks, man, I'm gonna do work in this rosin press, dude. I'm gonna wash some shit, man. I'll have some fresh shit, dude. So I'm fucking pumped, man.
Well, hopefully with all this vaccine shit, you know, and all this, like,
Oh,
they'll
yeah.
open up interstate compact again, and I'll be able to get out there.
Absolutely, brother. Hell yeah, man. I'm pumped, dude.
Yeah, I
I'm
got
gonna get
my
outdoors too, fired up shit, fucking couple weeks,
Right?
man. So gotta get that going too. So
I
I
got
got
my
to get caught up on everybody.
dude.
Oh,
hell yeah, man.
yeah, I met this guy. He said he's got like a couple extra little plots for outdoor. He said he doesn't mind if I throw him out there. He wouldn't mind keeping an eye on him and shit for me. So why not?
Fuck it,
And
man.
if it doesn't work out, it doesn't fucking work out. But at least I tried. But I got my own little spot that I want to put some stuff in. But I gotta get a little bit more information before I can, you know, dedicate anything to it. But it's in the works, so you just got to speed up a little bit because it's coming right around the corner.
Yeah, I have a location where I'm throwing a few outdoor too. I actually have a hoop house. The only problem is I'm not, huh?
What are you gonna throw out there?
Well, I already have it cloned and shit and ready to go and go in the pot. So I figure the headband and the coffee. But the only problem is this individual they're going to be in the care of. He works mad hours, and I can't really like hound him for not watering him or as much as I'd like him to do, or take as much care of him as I'd like, and I can't technically get to him. So it's never a huge harvest, but you know it's nice to get some outdoor grown. You know, there's always something that comes out of it. It's never a waste of time. So I just wish I could be the one that actually gets to do it, because I'm just basically kind of amending as much of the soil to where it's as easy as possible for them. And if I could learn, you know, organics more, that would probably be better. But I don't even think he'd probably kill the soil within the plant sometimes, because there's been times that I've showed up at his house and yeah, the plant's fucking bone dry, man. I'm just like, you know, you're not gonna soil it fucking hard as a rock, you know, and you gotta sit there and start chipping that shit it because it won't absorb properly if you don't. So, you know, it's something, but you know, I wish I could do it. So I don't technically say I grow outdoors. I just kind of send something out where it's in a kind of safe place. It's in a safe place, and it kind of does whatever I get the ability to get that guy to do it. That's basically what it comes down to.
You put a plant outside and you hope for the best.
Yeah, it's got some cuteness, but not enough that I would be happy with.
So I got a couple local guys here. We sell 17-gallon plastic style planters, and I do have a couple locals here that they use those plastic planters and they dig themselves a hole in the ground. They use the planter to put their soil amendment in there, so they got the good soil, they got everything they want built in, and then they just dig a hole and drop it in. So this way, one of two things here in Illinois, it's technically not legal to grow outdoors. So in the event something were to happen, you can pick them fuckers up, take them inside. But again, you can have your soil amendment in there so that you kind of, you know, you can guarantee at least a little bit of the basics are there. I mean, you can't, obviously you can't treat a 17-gallon planter for enough for an outdoor grow, but nonetheless, and just walk away from it anyway. But I mean, if he's not real keen on what to do or how to do it, might be an idea anyway for you.
What's the dimensions on that?
I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head. I could take some pictures and throw them on Canada Buzz when I get to the shop tomorrow. But I say, well, here, hold on, watch this. Hold on. So this, let me figure out. I got to figure out how to flop the video around on this. Is it this button? Hey, so that right there is one of the 17-gallon planters. It's basically, long story short, you have a mesh bag lined inside of the plastic pot. these have a wicking system in them. So that's why you're seeing the burlap right here. The burlap is your fill port for water. Small drain port down there on the left side. And basically in a nutshell, man, you fill this size planter for us will hold about 2 gallons and some change worth of water. And it'll wick the system so that basically it gets about 3/4 bottom end of the soil good and wet and absorbed, so that you don't have to worry about over or under watering for beginners. So I got guys that are doing these without the water port in them for outdoor growth. This way, again, long term, whether you want to pull the whole plastic out or not, you have your mesh bag on the inside, and all you got to do is unclip zip ties that are around the exterior, and you can lift out this whole bag. What that makes good for is, let me see if I can find the seam on this one. Here, trying to get these in. Here I have an overlap on the mesh bag because of this rounded cutout. So that allows for arm room to get down into that bag. You can actually use this for transplanting or do whatever you want. I have these, I use the 17-gallon for photos. So that's a little photo right there. I actually got that bean from old Sweet Johnny. And then I also, these are things that I carry at the shop there. These are the 5-gallon planters right here. Same concept, but a lot smaller scale. These are more for autos like these guys. But not a very big bucket. But again, it's a 17-gallon planter overall. So you can get about 17 gallons of soil plus your water in the base. So the guys that are doing these, in the outdoor do it without the water in it. You get a little bit more close to about a 20-gallon equivalent. But they do pretty good for people, man. We like it.
That's really interesting. When they're just seedling, when they're small, or smaller, you would just hand water at the top, though. You wouldn't depend on that wicking all the way up. Hey, you're on mute. You're on mute, buddy.
Damn, I thought I hit the unmute there. Yeah, so exactly, man. You hit the nail on the head. You would top water until they get mature enough that they're going to reach that point. Guys that are in my area, it seems like a lot of my growers that come in, beginners especially, are looking for autoflower growth. So the 5-gallon buckets, those are a little bit easier going. They get the water up a little bit higher, but still same thing, same concept for an autoflower. First 3 weeks of growth or so, you're going to topsoil water and then start filling that port for extra. And me, myself, I fill the reservoir and then I hit topsoil every time as well to make sure I'm getting everything well and saturated. Biggest thing for these, like I said, is it stops any underwatering or overwatering, and you don't end up in that position where you're getting a lot of surface gnats and bugs and things like that. All the extras that too wet of a soil comes along with, man. It kind of prevents that for my beginner growers, so helps out significantly.
So what does something like this cost?
So those big 17-gallon planters, I sell them out the door for $100. The 5-gallon planters only go for $35. So again, for my beginner growers, man, it's easy to go. The 5-gallon buckets have about 1.5 gallons reservoir in them, give or take. And that you can go 3 to 5 days without water. The big 17-gallon planters with the reservoir, the 2 gallons and change that's in the bottom, based on the size of your plant equipment, you can go, 5 to 7 days at a minimum with a big plant in there. I've seen people stretch it as far as even 10 days inside these big planters with full-size photos in them in between feedings. So it's just, like I said, it's one of those things like for guys that travel, that are on the road a lot. I got a lot of my local truck drivers and shit like that come in and they like these, man. They're on the road Monday through Friday. They can stick an autoflower and basically, autoflower bean's going to go on autopilot by itself anyway, and then it's got a self reservoir in there that just takes care of everything for you. Set a light timer and walk away, come back 5 days later, get the water through the weekend, maybe a little extra on Sunday night before you're leaving again, and self watering easy system, man. The wicking systems really work very well for us.
Yeah,
absolutely. And what you sorry, Bees, go ahead.
No, yeah. Okay. I forgot I wasn't muted. Sorry, my bad.
But no, like you were saying before, as well, a beginning grower, one of the biggest problems is overwatering. That's the biggest problem they get into. So this really eliminates that problem.
Yeah, but go ahead,
There
Bees.
isn't necessarily, there isn't necessarily pertaining
Maybe
to
we can
this.
try it together. I don't know, but yeah, no. The roots will take up what they want, no more, no more than what they.
Correct. That's exactly right. And like I said, it just gets rid of a couple of those common problems, your gnats, your overwatering. And I mean, it just makes it simple for especially the 5-gallon buckets, knowing that there's a gallon and change reservoir. If a guy wanted to mix 1 gallon of nutrients, and I mean, it makes it just simple. It's easy for calculations. You know what kind of reservoir you're filling. You know how much water. And as your plan progresses, you get to learn to know the systems. But they're amazing, man. I use them not all the time. I don't have a whole room full of these things in here, but we got quite a few anyway, and it does a great job. I love them.
And something Spartan had mentioned the other day on the Grow Show was also the tube, which you use for watering. Also, a very important thing about it is it allows air to go down and between the water and the root, it allows air to get in, oxygen to get into that area, which is very valuable.
Yeah, like I said, it takes care of a lot of those common problems that especially beginner growers run into, and just helps alleviate some of that simple stuff for them, so they can focus more on their plant rather than focusing too much on how much water or when to water. Or do I need to check soil moistures? Or just like I said, alleviates headache, man.
Did you put a plug in for the maker distributor? And I don't know if they're available in Canada. I can Google that, I guess.
So these buckets are actually available on Amazon if you check them out, as well as if you Facebook or YouTube. There's a club that I'm sistered up with, that's where I get these from. It's called the Illinois Growers Club on Facebook and YouTube. A fella by the name of Jake Gentry that does the episodes that are on there, and these guys are full of knowledge, man. They've taught me a lot just by watching their stuff and incorporating what they do into my business. These are the guys that I pick up all of my growing equipment from for my shop. I travel a couple hours to go see them, and these are kind of something that they came up with. And man, like I said, they're amazing. It's what drew me to their business and their page. Was, man, this is something that's simple for people. This is something that I could really see catching on easily, especially in my area. Again, Illinois has only been legal for a year, and we're way behind the times with Corona hit. Everybody's nobody knows where to get seeds. Nobody knows how to start a grow. Nobody knows what to do. So these guys have made it very, very simple for growers and done amazing, amazing things, man.
What are they called?
A wicking planter. You can, let me see if I can get a good shot of their logo here. So right here, Hopwood Farms, you'll see these logos, and the shop in Peoria by the name of True Healthcare and Wellness. Both Illinois-based companies. I slap their stickers right on my buckets here in my grow to make sure that anybody and everybody I'm showing pictures to of these babies know what I got going on in here. I always like to give them shout outs. They've given me a very big opportunity in helping me out with my grow and supplying me with products. So great guys, man, over there.
I posted their link in the chat here on YouTube. So
much appreciated.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was something. Yeah, it just came to mind. Getting back to not to change gears here, but the Canadian legalization of recreational cannabis. So how it came about was first was medical, and that would be I don't know, 20 years ago, 18 years ago, I think. And then they set up these major corporations, they're called licensed producers, and they sold to the medical patient through the mail or courier. Then when recreational pot became legal in Canada, it was all set up. It was like one big setup, like these corporations, the first people in were ex-senators and chiefs of police and people on the inside, people that knew how it was going to come down, how it was going to play out. So then recreational comes along. So you know where the only place that you can buy recreational is from the same licensed producers that were set up to sell to the medical patient. So the first thing that happened when recreational became legal was all the medical patients were shit out of luck because the licensed producers sold it to the recreational community. This is supposed to be for medical use. This is the point I'm trying to make with all this bullshit. And when I saw on the logo, it looked like a little medical cross thing. Okay, well, ironically, in any legal recreational retail store, they purchased the cannabis from the licensed producer who was set up originally to sell to the patient. Now it's the same pot, okay? And now it's being sold recreationally. Now, here's the kicker. As a retailer of recreational cannabis, you cannot have in any way, shape, or form show anything in the logo like that little cross, that little medical cross. And not only that, you can't call yourself a dispensary. And if somebody comes off the street and says, "Yeah, well, I need something for my appetite or something to help me sleep," they cannot give any form of advice. Absolutely not. It's just very ironic that this is the recreational retail. This is what's going on in Canada, and it's embarrassing. It really is.
Yeah, so here in Illinois, man, I mean, there's a lot of businesses, even CBD shops that use that medical sign. That green cross is kind of the universal thing that you see all over CBD products, CBD, even some of the local hemp farmers and stuff, they'll incorporate that green medical cross into their stuff. It's just kind of that, like you said, even there in Canada, it's one of those universal signs that shows something, anything representing the medical end. And that shop in particular, they're very aimed at medical themselves. They started off actually as a CBD and a mushroom shop. They were doing wellness mushrooms, and then they grew into the growing industry as well. So nonetheless, they around here is very frequent to see it. You can buy, again, Amazon, you can buy CBD, like LED CBD signs that go on the windows of your establishment that have that medical cross in the background to help you advertise. So they haven't put anything silly like that, thank goodness, onto our laws. But I'm sure Illinois isn't too far behind that. We're one of the top couple of corrupt states in the history of ever in the United States. So I'm sure that something silly like that will come along before too long.
Well, sometimes I listen to my American friends and say they're jealous that, it's legal in Canada, but I listen to Indica and I hear about this. I mean, 30,000 feet, that's a big operation, but Spartan, I have to do some quick math. I'm not good at math, but I think he has 8 flowering rooms, and I think they're each 10 by 40. So 10 by 4, that's 400 times 8 is 32, about maybe 30, and then his veg area, and 8,000 square feet. So it's a 5-person operation. And I'm just thinking, oh my God, if something like that could come to Canada, or even Indica, I know you're doing something on a much larger scale, but even if we could do something like that in Canada. So, I'm kind of envious, except, like federally, then you can start dealing with MasterCard and, transport between states. That would be cool. But other than that, there's nothing, nothing to scream about legalization. Really, it's a joke.
I agree. I know here in Mass too, like you can't have any signs stating that you're a cannabis establishment. You know, like you can have your name. You know, for example, like Sanctuary that I work for, they just have their name. Like the facility, you don't even know it's there. You know what I mean? Like you can't have any cannabis thing like that. Like you know, Grow Guy was saying, like you can't have any neon lights, none of that shit, man. It sucks. You know, it's you know, it's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It's how do you, to me, that's promoting, man. That's marketing. That's, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know, that's being free. That's, running your business how you want. You know what I mean? You know, I
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know.
it's,
You know?
you know, the dispensaries here in Illinois are the same way. They cannot advertise in any way, shape, or form. They can't hand out like. I tried to ask the dispensary that I'm registered to because I'm medical as well here in Illinois. I tried to ask my local dispensary that can I get some business cards or something to be able to hand out to my customers because I'm a consultant with the doctor's office as well. We can actually get people their medical cards here. So long story short, I said, can I get cards to be able to refer somebody, you know, make sure that you guys know that they're coming from this way. But they're not allowed to do any kind of advertisement, anything like you said. The outside of the building's got to be very basic. They can put the name of the dispensary out there, but nothing crazy, no medical signs, no bright lights, nothing to really attract people.
In Canada, we have recreational retail stores that we can go into and look over the counter and pick our. But a medical patient, in my case, I'm a medical patient and I have a license to grow for myself. But if you're not growing for yourself, you can only buy from these licensed producers. And there is no retail store for a medical patient to walk into. I guess you could walk into a recreational, yeah, I guess you could. A medical patient would have to walk into a retail, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, no. The medical patient would walk into a retail store and I was going to say, and they could look at the label and then they could order it from the licensed producer. I guess or they could just fucking buy it while they're there. It's a joke. It makes laughing stock, as far as I'm concerned, of us. If this is legalization, fuck legalization.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's like I don't want the U.S. to legalize federally if they're going to do it the wrong way. Like, don't make more waves by legalization federally because it's gonna once the federal government gets involved, like it's gonna fuck every single state that has regulations already existing because they're gonna have to go re-regulate everything. Now the federal government wants their cut. Now they want to stick their nose in it. And now they want to do this and that. You know, so. I totally get it, but I just don't want it for the wrong reasons, you know. But I'm tired of people getting put in jail for this shit. I'm tired of people losing families because of it and all the negative things that comes with the criminalization of a herb, you know. And but I don't want to see it done all willy nilly, like, and it hurt more people than it should, you know, because it shouldn't hurt anybody, you know.
Hey, DP, what if, hypothetically thinking, they abolished all dispensaries and the only way you could get it would be to grow yourself, but you had said limit, and that was it. You know, cannabis was legalized, but they can't let it go ballistic, so there can't be any large scale grows, but everybody gets, you know, a certain amount of plants. What if it was on that level? This way there, nobody can get taxed. It's just you're on your own, or you got a good friend.
Way.
Yeah, I can tell you in Canada, every household is entitled to grow 4 plants out in their backyard, but it just doesn't go on. I would think it should.
Is that
See, in math, you're allowed 6, and I could survive off of that easy. Not a problem. I wish I had that. You guys are thinking large. I'm thinking of the benefit of like
you can have
the
6.
home grower in mass. You can have what, 6 per adult? I think I got 3 adults, 4 adults.
I can have 5. I'm living great off that, you know. But I mean, like, why not? Why can I have a whole entire basement full of wine bottles and I can only have fucking 2 ounces of weed on me?
Right.
Like, what sense is that?
You still can't sell that wine.
through a fraction of that wine. You know what I mean? Like I'd fall asleep before I get through all that weed.
Hell yeah, man. Oh, well, I don't agree here in Massachusetts, man, too. Like, I didn't realize it, man. Like, you know, they regulate how much you can buy and shit, too. Like, how the fuck you gonna regulate?
Yeah, I heard about same thing over here, man. It's like
how I
2
spend my
ounces a
money.
month or some shit.
But I can go down in fucking Walmart, man, and buy enough fucking Tylenol and pop them all and kill myself if I really want to. Or go to the liquor store.
Drink bleach.
Yeah, but if you're gonna say it's it's medical, and we still have to get it by a doctor.
Correct.
And just like any other medication, there has to be a controlled set amount. Like they get a month supply, which is say 30 pills or 60 pills. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why they got to put a control on that, because it is medical. That's where it's at. Besides where it's recreational, I don't know what the deal is there, but on a medical level,
here I think it's
a pharmacist has to prescribe you a certain amount. You know, like they got to cover their ass, whether it's deadly or not.
I know, like Rat Curie, I think it's just the $500 amount at a time per day. That's it. That's all you can spend up to.
You say 500 a day?
500, I believe. Don't quote me on it. I'm not 100% sure, but I know I'm pretty sure the limit's $500 a day you can spend.
If I had to, I don't know, man. That's a lot for. Like I would be growing.
Hypothetically, not really, because if you think about it, man, like so here, for example, it's like what? So if you bought an eighth here, you get taxed twice, dude, and then so an eighth's fucking.
Oh right, all right, that's right. Dispensary prices.
An eighth, man. By the time you
dispensary prices, my bad.
Fucking $2, dude, for an eighth, man. That's, you know what I mean? Like you're paying $500 for an ounce, man, out here. That's insane, man. You know.
It's the same here, though. That's the thing, and that's why I kind of avoid it. You know, I can get some fire for a fraction of, well, almost a third of the price. You know, I just can't. I've done it. I've gone in there, you know, check out shit that I don't. But the ones over here, man, it's very limited. Like as far as from, I haven't been in there in like a year, but they always had like Afghan goo on like the only offered top tier strain they had for a while, at least for the month or two I went there. So I mean, I wasn't impressed at it. Maybe it was just still kind of like freaking me out. I kind of felt like I was in like, I don't want to say a methadone line, but literally it felt like a methadone line. Like you couldn't really communicate with the person in front of you or behind you. It's like that confidentiality shit going on. So, you know, it's just like a lot of quiet, stoned or not yet stoned people waiting in a line. And like, you know, I end up with fucking acetophobia when I get to a menu, dude. And I'm just like, you know, I could go to the same fucking place every day. Actually, I do this all the time. I almost go to the same place every day to order, and I'm looking at the menu. I know what the fuck's there, but I'm still looking at the menu. So, you know, you got one of me holding the whole line up like a jackass. But it was just a really weird experience. I'm going through like security checks and doors, man. I swear to God, it was weird.
Out here, and it's fucking dope out here, man. You go in, it's fucking dope ass vibes, dude. It's everybody's talking separate areas like recreational medical.
I mean, I might have not have gave it enough chance. Like I said, I only visited it a couple of times, and I was pretty baked when I went in there. So I mean, maybe it wasn't even that bad, and it just felt really weird. You know, like I was just having one of those like, holy shit, I'm buying weed, like over the counter experiences. That was probably the first thing I was dealing with the first time I went there, and then the second time I went there, you know, because you feel like you're walking into a trap, man. Especially the first time you walked into a dispensary. That's how I felt. I'm like, okay, here's my card. Okay, I'm gonna go through the store and I'm gonna be able to buy some weed, and you're gonna let me walk out of here. All right, sure. All right, I'll play the game. And sure enough, you know, it happened. So like, I think that freaked me out at first, trying to get over the whole concept of I was actually legitimately buying weed over the fucking counter, you know? So like I froze. I was looking at like this menu, and it was like something I've always dreamed about. So like in that moment, I was just like, oh my God, I don't know what to do with myself, you know? But they didn't have a lot of things that were out. That was kind of thing that drove me a little nuts. You had to look through kind of a menu, I guess, and pick it off the wall. But yeah, that was probably and then the second time I went in there, you know, I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go for the top tier because there was only one. So I don't know, did anybody else have that experience? They felt like, holy shit, I'm buying weed over the counter right now. Like,
I had like the
First
worst
time.
experience. Illinois' dispensaries fucking suck, dude. Like today I went to this new one at lunch and I had to go to a whole nother building across the fucking street for them to approve my order, show them my ID 2 different times, and go back across the street just to pay to get the shit. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, it was absolutely ridiculous. And I'm like, like lunch break, and I got my fucking, people in the car, and it's just like, like what the fuck. So I've never had that experience except for at this place today, and I'll never go there again. And even though I was right down the road from my work, you know what I mean? Like, that was just fucking, it's just so, it was ridiculous. And
See, the shit was behind the guy.
Like, they don't have tiers here, so they'll have like shit weed still going for fucking $60 an eighth and shit, So it's just the way they have things here is just not good. They only have a handful of people that are allowed to grow for the state. Like
Illinois.
Same here. There ain't many. There ain't many dispensaries over here.
And like, yeah, just fucking shit.
Yeah,
and it's crazy. So like, they only allow like a handful of cultivars and stuff like that, and they supposedly legalized it to help all the people that were hurt from the war on drugs. But like half the people that are cultivars in the state are fucking like Cresco and all these other companies that are in all these other states. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm glad you guys were affected by fucking going to jail, or your dad was in prison his whole life because he fucking had a roach in the car or something. Like that's real life stories, and like they're playing with people's lives. So.
What's that?
But I can go buy weed. It's cool. I'm glad. I'm happy for that. I can do it legally. So that's a step.
Hey, yeah,
it is. But
Illinois dispensary weed is so dry and dusty and man, I dare you to buy a pre-roll one time and see if you can maybe get the fucker to burn right. Like there's
it depends. It really depends. Like there's certain companies that everybody sleeps on, like Shelby. They actually put like little Bovita packs in their shit. Like they cure it for a couple months. Like they got.
I've seen that.
There are very few companies
little Bovita packs inside the freaking containers.
And shit like that. You know what I mean? They're using like dope strains. They're using exotic genetics. They're using fucking jinx proofs. You know what I mean? They're using like these strains that not everybody else in Illinois is using. So it's pretty dope shit.
Yeah, it's nice.
They're only 45, compared to everybody else that's fucking going crazy at 60, 65, and 8. That's fucking retarded. 45 is retarded, but.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. The dispensary is twice as far than my fellow grower who grows really bomb shit. And like I said, and I can get it for a fraction of the price. So, I mean, that's really what that comes down to is the dispensary is way farther than me going to my boys.
It's just like not everybody's got that boy. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, like I got to go 3 times the distance to get there and then back, as opposed to just going there.
The town that I live in, the closest recreational dispensary is over an hour from here. The closest medical dispensary is 40-minute drive. So I mean, it's a shit.
Can you buy from another medical grower with a card?
Yeah.
No, like there's no sharing medical. No. You cannot share your medical. You cannot gift your medical. The even worse part is like Illinois dispensaries are supposed to sell seeds. They don't even sell seeds for growers, for people that have that medical card. So it's really insane. Illinois dispensaries and the way that the Illinois laws are set up, like DPO said, man, it's boo-boo around here, man. They hurried up, they rushed it, they got it pushed through, and just everything about it's rough. I'll tell you that much.
I'm gonna have to recheck mine because when I first started like 5 years ago, you could share with other growers, especially if you actually overgrew what you actually were allowed to have. They actually encouraged you to
allowed to give
to another grower. Huh?
So Illinois law is. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, DPO.
Oh, we're not allowed to gift anything?
No, we're not allowed to gift. So recreational you can give, but if they can go back and say, well, you got a medical card, you grew this at home, you're not allowed to gift your medical in any way, shape, or form. It's kind of a mind-blowing scenario, really, because recreational people can gift anything they want. It's perfectly legal for you to give me a joint if you went and bought a recreational bag at the dispensary, went home and twisted it all up. You can give anybody and everybody all that weed that you want. but you cannot gift or give out your medical in any way, shape. It's
I
crazy.
think I see where they're doing. Yeah, it's just because like they're so stringent on their fucking testing and shit. You know what I mean? But that could be the only reason they want their chunk of the change, I guess. If they want people smoking, you know what I mean? They want you to have to go buy it from there. They don't want you to be able to.
I feel like
I mean, I really wish that they would give recreational growers an opportunity as well here in Illinois, man, because the fact that medical can have 5, recreational is nothing. I mean, that's give them at least 2 plants or something, man. Let the common guy have a chance. You know, it's really kind of they're like, okay, we're going to legalize it, but you're going to buy all of it from us, so you're not going to have it at all. So that's why everybody and their brother goes to the dude across the street. Like I said, it's just easier.
Well, we got companies like Cresco that are like lobbying against the home grow. Like they're lobbying against medical patients growing their own medicine because they want to control the medical marijuana in the state, and that's fucking bullshit. Like every aspect of it. Like
we were allowed to sell ours to the dispensary. DP.
What's that?
We were allowed to sell ours to the dispensary. I mean, we got a shit price for it, but we, you know what I'm saying? Like, but we were allowed to sell ours, get tested, and then, you know, they would take it. But yeah, we could sell ours to the dispensary.
That's what some places are like, you know, like I heard Michigan's like that too, you know what I mean? You can go and pay for a licensing fee or whatever and get your shit, whatever, processed and sell it to the dispensary. And they pay pretty good money, from what I understand.
Damn. Yes, he didn't pay you good.
You know, so I just want to be able to grow good medicine and have some of my good friends enjoy it.
Hell yeah, man.
I gotta say goodnight, boys. Good to see you. Hey, thanks for dropping by, girl guy.
Uncle Rick.
Later, Rick.
Time, Uncle Rick. Hopefully, like I said before, hopefully I'll start getting in here a little more often, man.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, dude, for sure.
You know, I feel like it's never, like, the reason why it's not federally legal here in the States is because they haven't figured out how to have their hand in all of our pockets. Because if they were to legalize it, then it's like you say, if we could all grow it on our own and not get taxed, they know it's a commodity that people would buy.
They still get their chunk of the
chicken. So if everyone can grow it, then
all the equipment we got, they still get their money. You know what I mean?
Well, right, but you know, it's not the same. It's not like to the thing of you can go and buy something recreationally, but you can't, if you have a medical license, you can't share it. It's like if you went to the liquor store and bought some booze, you could have a party at your house and share your booze, but you can't go and get your Lortab prescription filled and then have your friends over and share it with them. You know what I mean? Like that's the like, I feel like that's the legislature fucking sticking it to potheads, being like, oh yeah, well, if you're gonna call it medicine, we're gonna call it medicine, so fuck you, you know what I mean, kind of thing.
Well, liquor's big money, and the last time they outlawed liquor, there was a real big problem. So
we've had a problem since they outlawed weed since the beginning.
Yeah, but it seemed liquor, they made a bigger impact, you know. So prohibition, remember?
Millions of people behind bars every year since. It's like
where the word mobsters and gangsters came from during prohibition.
That's right.
It was crazy. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what it'd be like now, you know, but
those are the people that are probably in charge now. Those are the families that are in charge.
Yeah, but every alcohol, there's a difference between, like, you know, an alcoholic or a drunk or, you know, somebody that's like sophisticatedly drinking, and they have to have something legal for everybody, no matter what class they are, to be able to kind of just phase out, you know.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know. Plus, you can ferment alcohol. You can make your own. You know, it's real easy, I guess.
Well, weed is too. I mean,
I know. I don't know. I'm not defending alcohol in any way. Don't get me wrong, but it's been a big money maker for them. I believe also, like, I'm talking big families are involved in it too. Like the Kennedys get like a portion of every scotch or one of the dark liquors, that a portion of it,
Yeah.
you know, they got that's the Kennedy family, you know,
Allegedly, they
and
made that meal during the prohibition, running alcohol. Allegedly.
yeah, you know, like, I mean, shit, what was it? Yesterday's hippies that were protesting are today politicians that are restricting. Ain't that basically what's going on?
Yep. So like, if they were to legalize it, it'd be everything would just be fucking, you know, because
I mean, they were screaming about it before.
Yeah, I know. What are you gonna do?
Get stoned.
Yep.
I watched the news today for 2 hours. I was like frustrated as hell. I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, I saw
I've been
you
off
say
it for
that.
months, man. I've been off it for months.
Bad
And I just took an overload really quick of like, you know, 2.5 hours of just catching up, trying to see what was going down. And I'm just like, wow. Yep, I'm going back to Cannabis. Who's got some nice buds. Flip through, you know. Fuck that.
So let's hear your synopsis of today's news.
Huh?
Because I've had lots of news in fucking months. Let's hear your
Well,
summary.
I haven't watched the news in fucking forever. I don't want to hear about it now.
Well, I kind of,
Friday night. What's
the
up?
way I chase around for news, guys, is a little wacky. I'll be honest with you. Like, they're talking about the fact that they're 3D printing meat. I think I posted that up in our chat there. It's a literal 3D printing machine with, I think, blood and thing for, you know, fat and, you know, meat or whatever. But it's made up of the plant and, shit, now I have to pull it up. Man, probably the plant and some type of meat enzyme of some kind. But yeah, they're literally 3D grafting fucking meat. So it's like, and like I mentioned, actually, I don't need to start riddling off like that. You know, I was asking you guys, would you actually eat that? And what blows my mind is I was raised during a generation of fucking, you know, the Star Trek Next Generation food replicators, and the idea of it was just so fucking cool. But now I'm just like, nah, man, that ain't right. You know, I don't know if I'd eat that steak. So, I mean, you guys would you eat a 3D printed steak?
Oh man.
Yeah, hell
No.
yeah.
Hey, I'll try it. I'll try
And you
anything.
guys try the impossible stuff or the plant based? I have not touched it.
Nah, not me either. No.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can, man.
Not
I
my
don't know.
cup of tea, man.
If you close your eyes, you can't tell the difference.
Oh,
Yeah. They say that about a lot of poisons. I don't know.
Now when you got the munchies, man.
I'm just saying, man.
What happens when you get the munchies, man? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I've eaten some raw shit. I'll tell you what, like out of a fucking 7-Eleven, man. And you know, if you eat a microwave burrito, I think you can pretty much eat almost anything. You're probably gonna die from the original burrito that you ate eventually. We'll catch up with you, you know.
But if it was 3D printed, I bet you I wouldn't know the difference. But
that's the thing. They say you don't.
I'm the kind of guy that likes my steak still moving at me, man. So I don't know if
there's blood. You know, that's the part that's freaking me out. Is like, is the
blood to it?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Really?
The steak actually bleeds. The burgers are actually like they bleed.
Now you're getting weird,
dude. I'm not. I swear to God, just fucking check it out.
They're just like.
I tell you no lie, man. I won't pull you along like that.
Also, can I get my steak in the shape of a dinosaur?
No, man, that shit comes. They're it's like New York strips printing. You know, like it's top notch steak. You know, T-bones and whatnot. You know, because they gotta be those fucking
out of like fucking prime rib or some shit.
I want a
bacon.
Damn it.
Want it made out of bacon.
Yeah, exactly. Print me a fucking dinosaur made out of bacon.
Yo, I have somebody at my work that hates bacon, and they have to sit there and make bacon.
That's rough.
Hates the smell of bacon, everything.
I hate.
That's rough.
I don't like the way pig makes me feel after I eat it, but I fucking love bacon. The smell of bacon. And pulled pork, barbecued pulled pork, man.
Previous to having the grow shop, I worked an odd job for about a year before that, but For 7 years, I worked, well, 6.5, I worked at a slaughterhouse.
Whoa.
So that's what I did every day, all day long, was slaughter pigs. When I first started, we were running 12 to 1,400 hogs a day.
Damn.
By the end of it, they had we had some corporate type of guys take over the company that came in and fired all the illegal immigrants that were working there, which was the downfall of the company. Those were the guys that came in there and busted ass and got 1,400 hogs out every day. They thought they'd be smart and fire them and hire a bunch of young ass, you know, kids from in the area. Next thing you know, they're running 700 hogs a day and can't keep up. So nonetheless, that's what I did every day, and I love bacon and pork chops. Bacon's I think it's one of the top food groups, if I'm not mistaken. One of the most important ones.
Hell yeah, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I grew up. My father worked for the USDA. He was there for 30 years, you know. So I've been in slaughterhouses since a kid, man. You know, and yeah, fuck, man. I don't know. I couldn't go without fresh meat, man. You know.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the slaughterhouse is one of the nastiest places you can work and walk through and check out. But it
It
didn't
is.
deter me from liking a big old fat piece of bacon, man. I mean, there's
Oh
no.
man. Yeah, I swear. No, for me, it was just a better taste in it, man. You know, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's just a cleaner, you know, taste. Even in like, I remember we used to get when I was a kid, the sandwich meat from there, freshly fucking sliced, man. You know what I mean? It's not that preservative shit, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know about no 3D shit, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
I couldn't work at a slaughterhouse, man. I couldn't do it. Nope. I mean, I'll kill if I had to survive to eat the thing, but I mean, 1,400 pigs going by every day squealing. Nah, man, couldn't do it.
What I did
I like
too.
animals too much, man. I'd be fucking like getting attached to the things, trying to like help them escape. Like, I swear to God, man, like
I'll tell you what, the first
sabotage the plant.
the first time they had me back at the part where so this was an old school slaughterhouse where they shock them to knock them out, and you literally pop a knife in the throat to cut the jugular, you know. So the first couple times
Rambo, that many pigs a day?
Oh yeah, and fast.
Shit,
We would run when I first started. We had about 35 people fully staffed, and we would run 1,400 hogs in an 8 or 9 hour period. Like just hauling, man. I mean, it was insanely fast. I'll put it like this: before I started that job, I was 240, 250 pounds, somewhere in there, wearing like size 40 jeans. I'm only like 5'9" when I stand up real good and tall. And I was like a little Oompa Loompa, basically. I just quit a manager's job at Wendy's to go work at the slaughterhouse, man. So I was this fat little manager, you know, walking into the slaughterhouse, sweating my balls off every day. Just literally your rubber galoshes filled with a cup of sweat at the bottom when you take your shoe off at the end of the day. And I knocked down about 80 pounds while I was in there, went down to like 170, probably in the best shape of my life. But I'll tell you what, horrible, disgusting job. And you'll never look at a pig in the same way, I'll tell you that. But at the same time, you still like picking.
Still tastes the same.
You'd be surprised, man. It's really not that bad. It was a bust it and move, bust and go. I mean, I Google it sometime. Go look at the split saw at any kind of slaughterhouse. The job that I did split the spinal cord basically from asshole all the way down the neck. And I did that for years and years and years,
Isn't
man.
it like a concrete saw, basically?
That's a giant bandsaw, right?
It's literally like a giant masonry saw with a big round,
like
like
18-inch
blade.
You know, I usually see it in the spy movies. The guy's stuck on a conveyor belt, and that's the thing they usually stuck to. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had them hanging up by their feet on a shackle, and literally I had to run the saw right up in between the hip bone, basically, and then just follow the spine down. And that there's only about a 1/4 inch to maybe on a larger pig, maybe a 1/2 inch gap where there's the actual spinal cord that moves the fluid up and down. You have to cut that entire spine perfectly down the center within that gap, because you have to remove that whole cord from the spine in order to get a tenderloin. So it was a very precise, very fast-paced fuck you job. And that's why I smoke so much weed and have a medical card, because it ruined my shoulders. I got bad arthritis, tendonitis, and a bunch of other itises in my shoulder that they basically cortisone shots and steroids were too much. So I resorted to medical cannabis every day of my life.
Pork, man, it gives you the itis.
I think I just learned how to slaughter a pig properly.
I can teach you a thing or two. That'll go for any kind of animal, man. I mean,
Yeah,
literally,
it was pretty precise, man.
I can show you a couple things. You know, it's not a fun time though. I'll tell you that. You don't want to do it. If you've not done it before, don't get into it. Just keep buying the meat that you're
I got no pigs around here, man. They're only cops. They would not be happy about me doing that. That shit would end real quick, real quick.
We don't want to do all that.
We basically had to watch, when I was in culinary school, we had to watch a person butcher a pig. Like, he didn't have to kill it, but he had to bleed it out and everything like that. Like, he, pulled it up, and then he was like, well, we got to learn this, because you gotta have to learn how to, use your knife. And I remember all the girls in the class, like, white in the face, with the blood, the amount of blood. They had never seen that much blood before.
See, we dissected fetal pigs that were like in formaldehyde in high school, but we didn't get anything that was like alive, where like maybe a frog. I think we got a frog, and then some of us got these giant earthworms or something. But anything bigger than that, or it was like in formaldehyde and dead already. So there wasn't like arterial spray situations going on or anything like that, Yeah, I think the frogs might have actually been dead too. They might have been stuck to formaldehyde. Otherwise, I would have remembered a bunch of frogs jumping around.
There was one of the, when I worked out there, one of the local colleges that did some of the USDA courses would walk groups of people through for like training purposes. And I couldn't tell you how many about 19-year-old, 20-year-old kids walking through the slaughterhouse for their first time. They'd get in, they'd pan their head left to right, and they wouldn't quite make it all the way to the right before you just watched them and there they were on the floor, somebody trying to catch them on the way down. Happened literally, there was about a 2-month period through the year where they kept bringing these classes through. And, almost every single class, we would take bets on how long it would be before somebody passed out, or what part of the factory would they make it to before somebody hit the floor. It was always a good little funny time between everybody else, but I'm telling you, just nasty, man. I mean, watching people look around and see a pig get stabbed in the throat for the first time and bled out, and just watch them flop over onto the floor it was bad, man. No good.
You said that was a school trip that was going over there? Yes.
So one of the local colleges helped with USDA courses. It's different culinary, or not culinary, but different courses that they had to do to be able to qualify or whatever. And they would bring them on a walkthrough to kind of just give them a basic rundown. And they'd walk through with the head veterinarian that was at our facility would walk them through. And I always thought to myself, man, why don't they send a couple extra people with her to make sure somebody can catch these people as they hit the floor? Because literally one lady that knew what she was doing walking through with like 25 students was never a good situation.
Put this helmet on, please. Put this helmet on, please. Put a helmet on everybody as they walk in. I mean, I'm trying to think, because what would be worse? I went to a sewage treatment plant as a field trip, and that was pretty raw, man. Like that might have been equivalent to a slaughterhouse, I guess. Inner city wise, is straight up a sewage treatment plant. Yeah, it was pretty rough. It's burned into my mind the waterfall of shit that I saw.
When I was little, we went to a mink farm. They were like just these little black demons in a cage.
You say black demons in a cage?
Pretty much, man. Minks. Have you ever seen a mink?
Oh, minks, yeah.
Yeah, like they just keep them in these tiny little boxes, and like they're just pissed because they're in these tiny little cages. So you
makes sense.
Like you look down this huge. I mean, it's like as a little kid, it seemed like a mile long. You know what I mean? I mean, it was probably like 50 cages, and fucking they were just like little whirlwinds. They're like Tasmanian devils in each cage. And I was just, I wanted to stick as many tasty things are good in their cages. You know what I mean? So,
Were those things supposed to be pets or coats?
no, they're supposed to be coats.
Uh,
100%. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We were going to learn about life at
do
the
they?
mink farm.
What do they do with the meat? Do they just
Uh,
toss that shit to the side? Does it become dog food?
Probably. Well, they probably feed it to pigs, dude. To be honest, some shit like that.
So not a lot of people know this, but at the backside of most slaughterhouses, where all those conveyor belts go to take all of the nasty shit away, they have sitting out back what they literally call the gut truck, and all of the nasty shit that goes down that conveyor belt drops into this big semi truck trailer that's got nothing more than like a tarp over the top. That semi truck trailer from our facility used to get hauled directly to a dog food facility where they would literally dry that shit out, dehydrate it, grind it all up, and press it into those nice little bits of hard dog food you feed your dog.
There you go.
That's where most dog food and cat food mostly comes from, the disgusting, nasty byproduct that's not edible for me. In case you didn't know that,
Yeah.
90% of dog.
That's rough,
And
man.
the stuff they
I want to let my dog hunt now, on its own.
I heard the baby.
I think it could catch quite a bit,
What's up,
baby
PP?
food? Yeah, I heard baby food. Like, it's really fucked up what they put in baby food. Like, what's acceptable and like.
Lips and butt.
I haven't done like a lot of research into it or anything, but like you hear something more than once, you kind of get interested. You know what I mean? I did dating. It's kind of gross.
If you look at a label,
Grow your own everything.
if you look at a label to anything, man, just some of the shit in there, you gotta sit there and shake your head and be like, why? Or how did anybody come up with the idea to dry out all these intestines of pig stuff and grind it up and turn it into dog food?
Because they used to do that shit back in the day. Everyday barbarian, man. You'd gut the pig, you'd throw the shit to the dogs. But now, because we have to preserve everything, they had to figure out how to make little crunchy bits.
Little crunchy bits.
You got a dog.
I mean,
That stuff would be great with milk, man.
Anyway, they eat all that.
I enjoy it, man. I can't complain.
Like, we get a dog, and my mom is like in her 70s, bless her, and she's like, oh, well, like, yeah, we got to go get food, Mom. She's like, oh, what do you mean food? Like, when we had a dog, we just gave it whatever scrap, whatever we like whatever was left over preparing the meal. It's like, okay, but that was 1953, Mom.
Hey, I just got a message from Cariboo. Actually, he had to split. His dad had an accident happen. He's back in the hospital. So everybody, prayers out and good vibes. If you can. So we'll go ahead and everybody get bongs, joints, whatever, dabs, spark one up.
Yep.
Put some good vibes out. Smoke in the air.
No doubt. Hopefully everything turns out good, man.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. Everybody.
What time do we have? So what time should we end then? We just go forever? Should we do a 24-hour live stream?
I was actually curious about that myself when you
Y'all
said
watch
that.
me sleep. I gotta go open tomorrow.
Figured I'd give you guys a little quick shot. I got this 2x2 March Hydro 10 in here. It's a 4x4 Vivo. And then I got a 2x4 over here that's got all the veggies in it.
Yes, man.
I recently upgraded lights. Got that bright old beast HLG 100 veg in here, the B spec.
Hell yeah.
Big old monster going in there for these guys. These are all autos, man. I don't mess with photos. I don't have time to really do all the extra training and some of the stuff that photos can require. So actually that little elevated 5-gallon pot right there, I had traded Johnny some seeds for some dirt at one point, and they were a pack of 5 fem photos. So I planted a couple of them and got rid of the rest, and that one right there is for Johnny, And the one inside that tent that I was showing you guys earlier in that big planter, that's mine. That's out of that package. But these guys, I've had a lot of temperature issues in here since I added that beast. I got this big old 600 HLG in, and I wasn't prepped for it. I didn't have proper ventilation. This room is probably one of the hottest rooms in the house, and I didn't have it set up right. So I got a lot of burnt leaf tips and bullshit going on in here. But we got her all straightened out now. Got her down to a nice, cool little itty bitty bit of something.
Yeah, buddy.
Then I got real unfortunate. I'll tell you what, I had a guy give me a couple of free seeds. And look at this little fucking ass thing here. This is a Sour 60, One Love Genetics. Moved by Chicago.
I think you still did better than Pro.
That thing is about all of 6.5, maybe 8 inches tall, completely flowering. Started flowering 3 weeks into fucking its life cycle. So it's just stuck. It produces something.
Nice joint.
If not, it's going bye-bye. I'm not too concerned about it. Oh shit! Get my way weasel back out all these tents. But all those AKs in that big flowering tent, those are only 4 out of 8 weeks into their cycle too. So nothing special going on in there. I don't have a lot of time to spend on my grow lately. I come in here at nighttime when I get a few extra minutes, and if I'm not in here half fucking dozing off trying to watch you guys out here or something on a Tuesday night, then I get in here, get my watering done, and I cut right back out. I'm stretched thin lately, don't have the time for it. So nonetheless, not too shabby. I've done better, but this one shouldn't turn out too shabby.
So I have a question, everybody. Is since I have no idea if I've ever actually smoked an autoflower, or is there a noticeable difference?
The one I grew and harvested, I mean, it was amazing. The second one,
So
I mean, let
guess
me
strain
get it.
dependent. genetics dependent.
my buddy grows amazing weed. It just really depends on genetics you're getting. But I mean, check out what grow guy got going. That looks like some.
Yeah, I mean,
What little I grew is good.
I mean,
hydroponic stuff looks
I
awesome.
can't forget. I don't remember where my camera's at on this fucking new phone here, but
That looks nice.
I mean,
they don't do too bad, man. And like I said, these are 4 weeks in out of an 8 to 10 week cycle on AK-47s. Not too shabby, man. Like I said, they do well. Big fat stalks on these beasts. This one just kept growing and growing and growing. Once I put that HLG 600 in here, dude, this thing just kept stretching. I couldn't get it to slow down. But if I can get this beast zoomed in, it's got some nice little colors going. Doing all right.
I just mean like you'll
I
get
burn
just
it up a little
some,
bit. Go ahead.
I just mean like, I know it grows different, of course, but like if you had a AK-47 that was photo and a AK-47 that was auto, and you had to smoke, take a hit off 2 joints, would you be able to tell which one was an auto?
Not in my opinion, anyway. I mean, I've
think so.
got a lot of guys that bring stuff to the shop that are this, that, or the other, and I can't say that I've noticed that I get higher from one to the next. I mean, the way I explain stuff like that to people, are always like, yeah, but what about, I need something that's this high of a THC percentage. And I always ask customers of mine, like, when you bought weed when you were 17 years old, probably buying it at the store shit. You bought a bag from the guy down the street and it got you high every single time. Didn't matter about what sativa, indica, or fucking THC percentage. None of that mattered. You're 17, 19 years old, getting high, get buying it from the dude down the road. So I think we all kind of tend to forget that. And I mean, I don't think we knew even then, is it an autoflower or was it a photo? Was that something that was around that we didn't know about? We didn't know what we were smoking. It all got us stoned. So
Right.
kind of feel
Well, I just know it's the hemp part. That's why I was just curious, like if any potency had ever been lost or whatever along the way. But I'd imagine people would probably back crossed and selectively bred to fucking.
Never got to try one of each at the same time or anything like that.
Yeah,
You know,
no,
I would have had to have grown it myself to ever be like, to tell a difference, you know, to know whether like he's got AKs, to know whether this AK auto, how it tasted or whatever, or its potency compared to the AK photo. You know, I would have to do it, or somebody else would have to do it that I knew for me to actually know.
We'll
You
have to
know,
look and see if there's some breeder, you know, that has an auto and a photo of the same strain, and then we can do a side to side and see. There we go. That's a good thinking, Prophet. Let's do it. We'll figure it
oh
out.
shit, I was thinking.
So here really soon as well, that's something I started doing recently for guys in the area, man. We have issues getting our hands on decent beans in the area. Not a lot of local genetics guys. So just started doing that out of the shop, being able to provide some decent genetics to people. I'm going to hopefully be able to get some a whole lot of different strains going on. And the guy that I'm working with has both photo and auto in several different strains that I'm hoping to be able to get from him. So hopefully we can make that work out sometime soon. And once I get the seed bank up and launched a lot better, like I told Johnny, I says I'm gonna have to start getting something going on and start sending my seeds out the way everybody else does on here. Get everybody share the love, man.
Yep, no doubt. So is it I know like for Driz, you know, or no people in Oklahoma, whatever, it has to be fought and grown and whatever, everything has to be done in Oklahoma. Is that the same case in Illinois? Like the seeds you can sell or could sell, would they have to be produced in Illinois?
So I actually don't sell seeds. The way that works out is a donation basis. You make a donation to the shop, I give you free seeds.
You get a gift.
It is not exact. It's a novelty item that is not to be germinated.
Right.
So nonetheless, the technical thing is with Illinois, seeds are not legal to sell, just like cannabis, unless you're licensed to do so. Like I said earlier, they don't have. There's not a single dispensary in the state that offers seeds for anybody. So that's a struggle. I mean, nobody. Again, your common person that just got their med card, they come into my shop. I hook them up getting their med card. They come in, they're happier than hell. They made their first trip to the dispensary. They're buying a new bong. They start looking at grow equipment. They decide to go ahead and take the leap, and then they got to go through all these things. And you know, as a beginner, it can be overwhelming looking at you know, whether it's Ethos or Erie or you know, a lot of people go to Seedsman and all these different websites to get genetics from, and that can be overwhelming as hell as a beginner. So luckily I've been able to connect with a few people here and say, look, I have something on hand. I mean, the stuff that you just saw grown in my tent is the beans that I have at the shop. So works out really well. Decent genetics, relatively inexpensive. A $35 donation gets you 3 fem seeds. And when you're buying it local, and I mean, I'm in a town of population of less than 16,000. I think the whole town is a 3-mile strip north to south. And maybe 3 miles wide, you know what I mean? So somebody can drive 6 minutes over and grab a little 3-pack of femmed autos and maybe 2 of them and get their little grow going pretty quick rather than dealing with all that extra. So unfortunately, I wish more places would have them available though.
I can say as a beginner grower, like, you know, before I do anything, usually I look for a book, right? At least 1 or 2. And so, you know, I looked on Amazon, whatever, what, you know, looked online, bought some books, not the ones that everyone talks about. The one that's what's it called? One's called the ABCs of THC, right? That one's pretty good, actually. Like they have a lot of hand-drawn diagrams that are pretty helpful, I thought. Then I have another one that's how to grow medicinal marijuana, right? And in how to grow medicinal marijuana, they have strength, like they give you scenarios, you know, like if you are growing outside and you have limited space, here are some strains that might be good for you. Or if you're growing inside and you have unlimited space, or here's different you know what I'm saying, for your different size requirements, whatever, per strain, so you can grow it to its potential. But then they also say, here's some websites, and they list like the 3 biggest websites in the world.
Yeah.
They're like Canadian based or something. So I'm like, okay. So I go to the website on my phone, and it's like browse catalog, and I'm like, okay, cool. And I don't fucking know anything.
You're overwhelmed and don't know what you want to pick from.
Yeah, it's like choose choose 1 through 10, or choose A through Z, and it's like, well, fuck, I don't know. So then I click on, it's like, well, I'll start at A. So I click on A, and it's like, yeah, there's 1,000 strains that start with the letter A.
And you're looking at a million pictures, dude, and like you spent an hour and you're only up to like the letter D, because you've been looking at every individual one. You're like, oh, that's dope. Oh, that's dope. Like, oh, what was the name of that one? Shit. Like, gotta go back. Yeah, no, I've been there a bunch of times.
But
exactly. Like, I grew up like reading Canna Bible. I had all the high times before I even started growing or anything. You know what I mean? Like, growing to me was just like a dream, because prohibition land, and I just wasn't doing it. I was always getting in trouble and shit. You know what I mean? So like, I just never did. Like, I did a half-ass grow like when I was real young, and got like some popcorn buds. You know what I mean? Like nothing. So like when I got out this time, I was just like, I just went full steam ahead. You know what I mean? Just devoted everything I could to it, and so it was cool. Everything I knew from the strains. I mean, I was a fucking pothead my whole life. Connoisseur since real young. So I knew of a lot of the strains and stuff. But just that 4 years away from it, so much changed. Like in the strain game, like it was crazy. Like when I went on my break or whatever, like that was when cookies was big.
More Girl Scout.
Yeah, like that. That's when that was just.
That's when I came back into it, and then I was in it for a few years and faded out. And then you guys, when I got into Cannabis, like, oh my god, there's so many goddamn strains, man. I want to grow them all. I'm glad everybody else is growing them, and I can see what they look like, But it's just like, man, I want to grow that. I want to grow that. I want to grow that.
Well, that's what Fluffy said that one time on that post. He was like, yo, fuck this shit. I'm ready for it to be done. I'm done with bag seeds. Like, I'm about to grow some genetics. And, yeah, so it's fun.
Yeah, man.
You grow some fire bags. I'll tell you. Yeah. He came up here, man. That was really cool, man. He grew something really good.
DPO, man, you're closer to the Chicago range than, right? Here in Illinois, you're closer to the city.
Oh yeah, I'm in the city, yeah. Right there in Uptown.
I knew you were somewhere here close to Johnny and I, but I didn't know.
I'm working on getting my license, so somebody at work is actually gonna take me down there with their car and allow me to use it for the test. So that'll help out a lot. Now I just gotta meet somebody in the rental car industry that needs a friend.
So, if I were to theoretically drive to help Bob, Squishy Bob, someday, I would have to drive, along the way, I would have to drive through Illinois, through Chicago, or round by. I might as well swing up to you.
Hell yeah, dude. Come on by.
On the way.
Blazing Asian. We'll get him over.
Yeah, buddy.
He's right around the corner. Lunch status.
Yeah, buddy.
I go up to pick up glass for the shop each week, man. I come up there just north of the city, town called Addison, Illinois.
Okay.
I go up there to pick up glass and shit. It's where one of my warehouses is at. So I'm up in your neck of the woods about once every week and a half, man.
Oh fuck, man! I'll reach out to you, give my number, man. Come by work one day and I'll hook you up with some chicken and biscuits. Burn after. Yeah, man. That'll be cool.
I love that.
Oh yeah.
You make the biscuits, Steve?
Yeah, I make everything.
You're the best.
It's a very small menu, so
Yeah,
it's all from scratch. So it's pretty cool, actually. It's very easy to do. So
that's good.
yeah, it's a blast. Ooh, 311, yes.
Space Force. Dude, that Space Force 311. Holy crap.
Dude, did you read the Turp profile? That shit sounds great. Rock fruit, like that shit's making my mouth water. now.
I haven't, but just the look of it, dude. Talk about
Yeah.
boofing. Holy shit. I'm gonna fucking boof that in a heartbeat. Blast off is right, dude. Woo.
How's that space dust, Indica?
Good, man. I'm high, man.
Don't even open your eyes.
I'm gonna fucking actually get off, man, and fucking lay down, dude. I'm fucking, man. I'm lifted, man. I smoked like, I don't know, 3-4 joints, dude. Fucking, hell yeah, man. No, I had a great time tonight, guys. Good job seeing you, everybody here. I miss you guys, and good to have you too, man. Grow guy, good meeting you, brother. I hope I see you more often, man. It was cool shooting the shit, man, for real, man. You know, yeah. So yeah, I hope everybody has a good night, blessed night, stay lifted, stay positive.
Sleep good, brother.
Oh, I'm going to, man. Oh,
Oh,
fuck,
man.
I'm going to. And then yeah, get up and harvest, man, in the morning. So I'm pumped.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah, man. So yeah, everybody have a good night, and see everybody Sunday morning, man, if we have a show. So, and Caribou, I love you, brother, and your father will be in my prayers, man. And everybody in chat, thanks for joining, man. And yeah, guys, I love you. Have a good night.
Bros, love, bro.
Later.
Bros love, guys.
Adios.
What happened to hype?
I didn't even realize how late it was. Yeah,
He's still around. I'll be right back.
morning. I gotta get up out of here. I still gotta eat. I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat this Japanese curry. I'm kind of so.
Japanese curry.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut it with everybody else, man. I just twisting up the night. This might be a finisher for me. I think this is my fifth joint since the show started, so I'm gonna call it.
Yeah, bro. Hey, thanks for coming on, dude, and fucking shooting the shit, man.
Yeah, man. Nice meeting you.
Hop on a little bit more.
Can be, man. I usually Friday nights I'm shutting down at the shop right at 8 o'clock when the show comes. So most days I'll be popping in from up there, but I went ahead and called it early tonight. Said fuck this, I'm out at about 7:15, and came home. So said I'm hopping on the show today. I'm doing it at home though, so I'm comfortable.
Yeah, dude. That's
Nice talking to you. Good night.
Later, man.
Yeah, bro. I'll see everybody. Everybody have a good night.
Later.
Night.
No, there's only two, technically.
Just us. Well, what should
I
we
mean,
do?
if we sign out, it's just gonna be that image, right? Those two until Hype wakes up, I guess, comes
I
back.
don't know, 'cause are they? I
Oh,
don't think.
he's out. Later, Hype.
Yep, it's just the two of us now.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Nothing.
There's people in the chat.
Is there?
You know.
Oh shit! Really? Wow. I feel like such a dick, but I barely get in the chats. I can't do both. Wow. There are.
Ask them if anyone wants to get in. There should be a link.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody realizes anybody can get in.
Up the way.
311. Shredder.
Shredder.
Crazy Pop Mom.
You know, I didn't like.
Oh, people bailed.
Oh, everyone's gone.
They got nervous. There's 6 in there now.
That's
I don't know, I guess we should call it. I mean, it's basically going to be running with Caribou,
I know,
right?
right?
You can't. I don't know how to turn it off. I think
I
he
don't
has to. He's the host.
I know.
He's going to be doing some editing. It's going to be like the one show that ran like 24 hours, you know.
I know. That's why I feel like we might as well just go for it. I don't have to work until next Thursday, so might as well fucking.
What time is it where you're at?
An hour behind you.
All right. Oh, behind me, huh?
So whatever time that is. So hey, man, I have a question for you.
Oh, those are usually dangerous.
Plant related.
Oh, wow. I might be able to help you then.
Well, I mean, I'm just curious. Like, I don't really need. I'm not really looking for help. I'm just
All
want
right,
to know.
pop it.
I just want to know more about you and your growing. So
Which part?
Well, just whatever. I don't know. So like you use cocoa. What I've
Yeah, I use cocoa.
70-30, right? 30 cocoa or 30.
Yeah, I try to do about that, but I mean, as I'm using it, it grinded down, you know, things are definitely thinning out. But I've done straight cocoa too. But at the moment, I'm probably running at like way low because it's like this is like probably my second or third time reusing this cocoa without adding perlite. So it's probably more, you know, broken down perlite and cocoa at this point.
Okay, I was just gonna say, do you reuse it? But,
Yeah, I do.
You'd have to.
But I do a lot of topping and fimming. You know, like I'm constantly stopping it from getting taller because there's only a certain height I want it to get. But I like having tops, you know. So it's and an even canopy is really I'm anal about as much as of an even canopy as I can get. So that's where the topping and the fimming. So like if one kind of starts like one of the stalks stops going a little higher, I'll just kind of top that thing to stop it, and then everything else just kind of keeps going, you know.
Right.
So it's evening things out, and then when it gets to a height, I'm just constantly topping it. Then if I have to, I'll go cut down a couple of nodes and let it regain because it's just a bush, it's an edge, and it responds well to stress anyway.
Right.
And veg.
Was it yesterday? See, man, I get the fucking shows mixed up. Was it on the Embracing Organics Michigan whatever collaboration?
Last night.
Yeah, where Spartan was saying if you're gonna grow a plant, grow it how you're gonna grow it, not or like if you're gonna grow it, if you're gonna test a plant, grow it how you're gonna grow it, not how you're not gonna grow it. Did he say that?
I don't know. Like I said, I only made it to the plastic pots.
I don't know. Anyway,
and whatnot.
That's basically is like if you're gonna do testers. Someone asked like, oh, what's the best way to run testers? And he's like, well, the best way to run testers is fucking how you're gonna run anything. Like,
yeah, I did catch that.
In general, fucking do that.
Yeah.
And so
rather than just, you know, because he was talking about a lot of people flowering out or putting them in solo cups and blasting them through and not actually getting a true growth or, you know, profile, I believe, of the plant. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but, you know, he did mention on a limited space and a pheno hunt, if you're trying to do that, that might be the only option you really got.
Right.
Kind of got to agree with him on that one.
That's right.
But I've never pheno hunted. I've never had a pheno hunt before. I've always obtained some good genetics, you know.
Right. I mean, I don't really even understand. I mean, I guess like other than appearance and like flavor, is it gonna differ that much?
You mean seed by seed?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, each plant has a different type of lineage. You know, I would imagine you could. I sum it up to wine often. So, like, you know, you would think it's just a grape, and you should only get one kind of wine. But when you really look in a wine cellar or at a store, there's a shit ton of wine. and it's all made from this grape, but they add other little things here, and they'll do, different things, or it's aged longer. That's kind of how I see cannabis. It's the same plant, but different. That's probably the only way I could probably describe that.
Yeah, we got abolished hanging out. There's only a couple people. Might as well join in, hop on.
Well, she is crazy, right?
But oh yeah, her Zoom's taking a while. She says. Anyway, like that's what I did. That was what I was getting at. It was like, who was it? 311 asked me if my plant was an auto. A couple people, I think, but I just kept it small. Like I did quite a bit of training right from the start. You know what I mean? Like I top it, I crossed the two things, and then I broke the. Like I tried to do it on all of the 4 limbs,
Yeah.
But on the third one, I didn't quite pinch it like I should have before I bent it, and I just kind of like, and it just snapped off like in my hand, like crisp, like asparagus.
I've split a few trying to bend them right down the middle.
Like I should, yeah, like it probably. I mean, I don't.
That's why I actually stopped bending. I was like, yeah, I split quite a few. I should find a new way. But I mean, I bent the plant out to where it was, this wide, and it was just one plant, and it was spread almost 4 feet because the tent was 2x4, and I only had that plant in there. Right. So you could bend a plant out to a possibility. It had like 40 fucking tops.
Yep.
It was a beautiful plant, but yeah, I used to love, because I was like, fuck it, I could keep it low, and like height was always a concern for me. It still is, but I don't know, I'm more into the feminine top and the bending. I kept finding that pain in the ass to get underneath in water, and then if I did transplant sometimes, like I'd train it to this thing, and then trying to get a grab on the lack of stem as opposed to what I do now, and I got like this much of a stalk to grab safely and take transplant. It just, I found the way I do it now a lot easier in my process.
Like in the future, I'll definitely like lollipop my plant, because definitely like hashtag booth life. But
right.
That's why I started doing that, is because I couldn't get to the top of the plant anymore, because I had it like, I had it all tied down and stuff, and it was just like I mean, it's cool to look, but I couldn't get in to water it anymore. So then it's like,
yeah,
I'll just fill up a small bucket with water and dunk it. You know what I mean? But
I definitely found that the hardest part was it was like it was so low that like getting, especially if you get into a big pot and you really want to get in there. I mean, you can water over the buds and shit like that for a little while, but I don't know how long you want to keep doing it for, personally. But I mean, you can compost tea and go over the buds, and that's supposed to be pretty safe. You're supposed to love it, actually, but I don't think it's supposed to go up to like a certain week.
Right.
But that's if you're going on the actual flower. I mean, you can compost, I suppose, every week if you wanted to, if you were just doing soil drenches.
Right. So you, like when you're saying on the bud, like just like watering.
Well, yeah. I mean, like it makes it kind of pest resistant and stuff from what I've read, and it soaks up a lot of the, microbes and all that stuff. That's why they have foliar sprays. You can actually, like, I'm not saying take the raw, like I'm talking strained compost, not like just pouring shit over your flowers. Don't get me wrong.
Nutrients?
Like, no, like a compost, right?
Okay.
That can go over your flowers as long as it's strained. That's why I said strained compost, not pouring the actual fucking liquid shit over it. But that's not bad for the flowers. I'm not sure how far up to the weeks, because it's just it works kind of like foliar sprays. It soaks it up through the remaining leaves and the leaves that are on the bud. because there are leaves that are on the bud.
Well, right. I didn't know. I don't know anything about that.
I mean, I did it for a little while. Like at first, I was kind of worried. I'm like, oh shit, I'm getting compost here on my buds, but it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Right. I mean, it doesn't sound like it would do any harm. It just seems like more work. But
Like I said, I want to go. I don't know how far into flower you want to take it. Like, would the taste transfer? I mean, it is kind of like shit,
right.
Hey, maybe that's real weird. Those real shitty smelling from
I mean,
people
so
can
long.
compost on their buds too late. It's like, oh, this smells like shit.
What if
Fire.
it was you're strictly on like a peanut diet?
Oh, you're
Peanut
talking
butter.
about personal, like human waste? I would never even try that.
You want to hear a funny story, dude? When I was a little kid, my mom
Oh
used to
boy,
make, my mom used to make dump cake. Like on
what was
Sundays.
that? Gump
My mom used
cake?
to, yeah, dump cake, chocolate dump cake.
Oh, never heard of it. Okay.
Well, it's just a cake that you just
Okay.
throw all the ingredients in it in in your can or whatever, and mix it up and throw it in the oven. So it's like real easy.
Okay.
But when I was a kid, the only time I'd ever heard the term dump was when my dad was saying it because he had to go take a dump. You know what I'm saying? So I remember helping my mom fucking make dump cake one time. And I remember asking her, like, all right, when do we poop in it?
Makes sense, man. I'll be honest with you.
I was ready to hop right up on the counter and fucking pull my drawers down and just
Deuce it up.
blast a Duke right out. Yeah. So have you done, I mean, so you water by hand, right? You don't have a.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what different, like if you had an automatic watering system, you'd kind of just be like hydroponics, right?
No, I mean, if you talk about automatically watering the my medium is cocoa. I mean, they say the medium in reality is really close because it's an empty medium, like water is an empty medium. As far as calling it deep water culture, I wouldn't necessarily call that the same thing, because you're literally just in water. I don't think it would be the cocoa would be submerged. You wouldn't want it like that anyway.
Yeah.
But I have heard that it's really impossible to like overwater a cocoa plant. Like I've heard stories of people dunking their plants.
Yeah. Oh, there's Caribou.